All right, if I could ask everyone to take their seats, we'll get started here in a second. Although it's not directed at anyone in particular. Just generally. All right, I'll call the meeting to order. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the March 13th, 2024 Executive Committee meeting. We acknowledge today that we are here on the traditional lands of the Treaty 4 territory, a treaty signed with 35 First Nations across southern Saskatchewan and parts of Alberta and Manitoba, and the original lands of the Cree, the Saulteaux, Dakota, Nakota, Lakota, and the homeland of the Métis Nation. The City of Regina owes its strength and vibrancy to these lands and the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory, as well as settlers from around the world who continue to be welcomed here and call Regina home. As you know, some members of committee and city administration and perhaps delegates may be attending the meeting today through video conferencing. And just as a reminder to turn off your video and your camera and your microphone. If you wish to speak, just make sure you raise your hand in the Teams function to be placed into the speaking queue. I'll do my best to pay attention to folks, but my apologies in advance if I miss you. And then when speaking, remember to unmute your microphone and enable your video camera. All votes will be conducted with a recorded vote. Reports recommended for consideration by City Council will be considered at its meeting scheduled for March 20th, and the deadline to register as a delegation for the City Council meeting is noon on Monday, March 18th. So for starters, I'm going to ask for a motion to approve the public agenda. Councillor Hawkins? Any issues to raise? Seeing none. Any opposed to approval of the public agenda? Motion carries. I'll now ask for a motion to approve the minutes of the meeting held on February 28th, 2024. Councillor Zakidniak? Any errors or omissions? Seeing none, any opposed to approval of the minutes? Motion carried. Our first item on the agenda today is tabled reports and communications, and we'll begin with options on the Globe Theatre funding, and we'll commence with delegations for EX 24-6, Jamie Bolt of the Globe Theatre and James Uke, P3A Architecture. I'm sure you folks know how this works. Just introduce yourself and we'll get started. Try to keep the comments to 5 minutes before questions. Whenever you're ready.
Okay. Thanks for having us back. I'm Jamie Bolt with the Globe Theatre. And are you good?
And James Yelp.
My apologies.
Andrew,
I should know better.
You're not the first one. You won't be the last.
Yeah, thanks for having us again today to talk about our Globe renovation project. I provided a bit of a different supplemental information for you folks around. Thought it important maybe to remind everybody just about how Globe is funded, the contributions that Globe makes to the community in terms of the economic contributions as well as the in-kind community contributions that Globe makes, and also to remind everybody that, you know, this project is so close to being finished, and we're finding that 30% shortfall, which I'm going to ask James to speak a little more smartly than I can about why we're in that situation. We have a major donor who has come out publicly that has, if all levels of government are willing to contribute 30% more to the project, that they are as well. So that's Andrew and Chantel McCorkadale, and that's $900,000 that they are willing to contribute. And I think I'm just going to ask James to maybe go over a bit around the building.
I think City Council and Executive Committee are well aware of the challenges post-COVID presented to funding agencies and the community as we try to rebuild our infrastructure. We've seen anywhere from 25 to 30 to 50% overages on construction budgets due to inflation, escalation, labor market challenges, and things like that. Coupled with that, the Globe Theatre presented a significant challenge, I think, that far exceeded the expectations of a very experienced and qualified design team, and that was that the infrastructure of the building, the structure itself, was in extremely poor condition, and it was not possible to uncover this until literally demolition was done. You've heard us talk about this project as the Pumpkin Project. Despite having removed large portions of the building, the areas that remained were in much worse condition than anyone could have expected due to the amount of churn and, quite frankly, I had a partner who once said that in the old days things were built so much better. I can assure you that's not always the case. In this case, the building was actually, I think, built probably on a very tight budget, and the evidence was there when we started to do things like replace the roof. We pulled the roof membrane off, for example, and the concrete roof structure came away with the membrane. So the membrane was actually holding the roof together. So things that were nearly impossible to have ever foreseen have come to fruition on this project. Coupled with the escalation in inflation, it's presented a significant challenge to meet the overall goals, and that's to create a world-class, state-of-the-art facility. And when I say state-of-the-art, believe me, there are a lot of things that we would have liked to have done with the building and with the theatre that we're not able to do because of the budget. It's been a very responsible project. It's very reflective, I think, of our philosophy as prairie folk, that we provide good value. It's certainly not an over-the-top or anything like that, but it will create a theatre that will serve the citizens of Regina and the creative community well into the next 50 years. Do you want me to talk about accessibility a little bit?
I think so, yeah.
One of the really important goals of the project was to create a theatre that was universally accessible. And the design actually goes over and above national building codes and accessibility code requirements. So insofar that even the black box theatre control room has a lift installed in order to allow someone who has accessibility issues to work in the control room for the community theatre or the black box theatre on the main floor. The entire organization of the building, moving the community theatre down to the main level, taking advantage of some of the height, but putting it in a location where the theatre is accessible for the community, is accessible for patrons of all abilities, was extremely important. Washrooms exceed requirements. A lot of thought and care in the main stage has gone into seating locations and accessibility. And the challenge that we're facing with the Globe as it currently stands is the original front stairs and entryway, primarily the stairs and the ramp, do not meet code. They're in extremely poor condition. And I believe that the stair and ramp was actually built by the city as part of the Scar Street revitalization that was done. Oh, if memory recalls, I was probably in high school, and I won't tell you what years those were. It was a long time ago, and since then, these have fallen into disrepair. They were in disrepair prior to the outset of this project. The stairs sit on city property, and quite frankly, the work that has gone into making the building accessible will be defeated in many respects by the lack of accessibility to gain access to the front doors of the building. The existing ramp is not adequate. The existing stairs have major issues with them, and in fact there's a hole in the landing that is right now covered up with a sheet of plywood. One of the contractors actually put his foot through it when he was walking on it. So the state of the stairs that sit on city property were in terrible condition.
That's,
Okay,
yeah.
thank you. I will now open the floor to questions for the delegation. Councillor Nelson, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much, through the chair. Do we have any idea, or do you have any idea when the last structural engineer report was completed for the Globe Theatre, through the chair?
The concept design work and feasibility study for the Globe Theatre was done in, I
2019?
I think it was actually done a little bit prior to that, Jamie.
2018.
So 2018. The work in earnest on the project began in 2019. And there would have been, actually there was money spent to reinforce some of the structure in the basement that had rusted. It had been left exposed, and due to water infiltration and just years and years of it being exposed, needed to be reinforced. So the original, not the original, but the last full assessment would have been when we started that design process. And through the life of the project, we've spent somewhere in the vicinity of $2 to $3 million additional on structural repairs to the remaining structure in the building. So these are things that were uncovered through the course of construction, like when a renovation was done in the past, there were unsupported masonry walls that were several stories in height that needed structure added to them. Until you expose the brick, you couldn't see it. So things like that. So it's difficult to say that that was when the last assessment was done, because it's been a continual process.
So just to clarify, so P3 did a structural engineer report in 2018, and then it's progressed since then, but that was when...
Our consultants, yes. We have a structural engineer that's worked with us on the project.
Okay, so your consultants did a structural engineer in 2018. Was this spotted in 2018, or none of this was spotted because things were evolving as you were building?
Right. Everything was covered up, covered with plaster, covered with drywall, covered with floor finishes and things like that. So it's not until we started demolition that the full extent of the structural not failures, that's not the right word, I don't want to be alarmist, the structural challenges with the building became fully exposed.
So before the 2018 structural report that P3 did, do we have another structural report done on the Globe Theatre before the 2018 one, through the chair?
I'm not sure.
Not that I'm aware of. Certainly when we started on the project, the preliminary work, there was no structural report that we were provided with.
So wouldn't Globe Theatre have paid for, or you would have record of a structural report, a structural engineer report done before 2018 through the chair?
Yeah, again, I'm not sure. I can't answer that right now. I could find out.
Can you find out and maybe forward that to council when you find that?
I don't believe any such report prior to 2018 exists. There may be a building condition report, but again, it would be a visual assessment of the building. And the structure that we're talking about is structure that was hidden behind floor finishes and materials. So it wouldn't have been seen.
Absolutely, I understand that, but if there was a structural report done before 2018, could you advise us if it was done? And
Sure.
if it was done, if you could provide that documentation to the council and mayor? Thank you. You talk about how you went over and above the accessibility standard code that we have. Can you tell us at council, A, how much that cost, the extra accessibility to bring it over the code, and why would you do this through the chair?
Sure. So we actually contracted a group, it's a local group called Listen to This. Some of you may be aware of them. And so we contracted them to go very detailed through our plans and then give us advice in how to, again, not just meet the code, but to exceed it. So that there was a cost, obviously, to that. And then the things that they've suggested were things like, there's a minimum a number of door pushes. We exceeded the door pushes. They said, you need a door push on this also. You need a door push on this. They talked about, James talked about the lift in the sound booth in our community stage. That was one of the things that they suggested was if you want this building to be accessible in all ways. Don't just talk about folks that are coming to watch or that are on stage, but we want to talk about folks that are working here, and that sound booth, for example. So to be able to have a lift into that sound booth. I don't know what that cost would be over and above what just code would have been.
I couldn't give you, a specific dollars and cents. From experience, I would say that the additional area, in order to accommodate accessibility, the over and above code, the additional consulting time and fees, the cost of lift, the cost of second elevators, it's in the several $100,000 worth of investment, excluding the front entranceway, which again would also come into play, because that's in our minds, that's absolutely part and parcel of the overall accessibility for the facility.
So would you be able to get a price for that, for bringing it above and beyond past what the code has required? Would that be possible to get?
We can put together a number.
Thank you, thank you. The stairs in this, you said to access the Globe Theatre, it's on city property. Would that not be city responsibility then? I'm not sure how that works, or how that would work through the chair.
I think that's the discussion that we've been having. It was under our impression that it was. We were told that when the stairs were being demoed, that the city, and this predates folks that are now, and we don't have it in writing. It was a verbal discussion that we were all at the table with, and there seems to be some disagreement around around this now, with folks not around at the city anymore. But yes, it was on city property. It was supposed to be city's responsibility. We even got a notice from the city saying, when you take it apart, that's our Tyndallstone, and we want it back.
Okay, so I'll best ask administration then that question to the chair. Thank you, that's all I have, and I look forward to the documents when you receive them. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stadenchuk, go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, thank you for coming today. We all know that the Globe Theatre is a gem in our city, and we're all looking forward to seeing the finished construction. My questions center around the funding from the different partners that you have so far. I had written down this question, and then I think it's in your presentation, in terms of what you pay in PST for the construction. So in your presentation, I think you put $2.5 million.
Yes. Yeah.
So my question through the chair is whether or not you've had discussions with the province about the fact that the construction costs that you have been going through is you've paid $2.5 million in PST on that, and whether or not that's fair.
Absolutely, yeah. Thanks for that question, and absolutely, we have this document, very similar document, has gone to the province, along with the previous ones that you've seen from us. We have been having conversations with the province regularly, updating them on the project, and we also, as you'll notice, there's a chart in that document around the 30% ask across the board from all levels of government, showing our value of what we bring to not only the city, to the province, and to the country, economically, and just in terms of the specific type of theater that we are. So, yes.
Okay. So, and through the chair, do you get any other additional grants throughout the year that would support programming from the province or the federal government?
So the pie chart that we supplied shows the core grants, which we get, and you'll see, I think it was 2% from the city, 5% from the province, and then 9% from the federal government. That 1% in additional grants are program grants. Those are the types of grants that we would apply for because we've got a specific thing in that fiscal year that we want to do, and there's, as a grant writer, I'll look at, you know, where can I get that money to do that great thing that we're going to do this year? And so just depending on our programming for that season, we absolutely apply for various grants, but it is, again, a 1% of our overall budget. And I think it's really interesting, as a nonprofit person, we typically think that nonprofits are funded by government, and good nonprofits are funded by multiple levels of government, not all the eggs in one basket. That's a good model. But the model of our theatre, which is very specific and unique, is that we're only 17% funded by grant funding. The rest comes from our community, sponsors, patrons, and that. So we rely heavily on the programming that we offer and that folks are donating and coming to that.
I can't recall if in your presentation, because it's not attached right here, but if you also talk about the property tax exemption that you would probably get from the city through the chair? It is there? Okay. Is it, do you have the?
I don't have the totals.
That's
of
okay.
that.
I can ask administration about
okay.
that. Okay. I guess that's the only questions. Oh, the only other question I have through the chair, excuse me, is just that you mentioned the economic benefit of the Globe. How did you calculate that?
In 2017, Economic Development Regina
Okay.
pulled together that report to us. So again, those are 2017 numbers. When we talk about $800,000 to businesses that Globe brings in a season, those are 2017 numbers.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Councillor Hawkins, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you for the work you do in the community and for appearing today. I want to go through the nature of your request, and I would do this just to make sure we're all on the same page here. My understanding is that you're looking at 1.98 million, is that correct?
Correct.
And the first part of that question is, if you receive that over 2 years, sort of this year and next year, does that work for you?
Absolutely. Yes, it does.
And from the 1.98 million, there is, as a result of the city, a city overpayment to the Globe of about 400,000 that the Globe owes back to the city.
Correct.
Is it your understanding that that money would be taken out of the 1.98 million request?
Yes.
And that would leave, if it was divided over 2 years, a request effectively of 798,000 this year, 798,000 next year. Have I got all those numbers right?
Absolutely. Yes,
Great.
you do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want you to reflect, and I know you weren't here, Mr. Yoke was here, of course, how it is that the Globe, the new Globe, comes to be situated in a heritage building in the center of town. It wasn't always the case that that was planned, was it?
No, that's right. And, you know, James, I think, can speak to that because he was around at those times when those decisions were being made. It's anecdotally for me, but James, I'll leave that to you.
At the very, very early stages of the Globe Theatre project, Globe had engaged a consultant, a specialist in theater design and programming, and they had taken a look at what it would take for the Globe Theatre to become a 21st century theater and to prepare it for the future. One of the options at that time that we looked at was moving the Globe Theatre out of downtown Regina and looking for a piece of property that would meet the requirements, both from an area, from an accessibility in terms of being able to get to it, being able to park at it. And the analysis showed us that it would be, at that time, and I suspect it would still hold true, about a saw-off with staying downtown and staying in the Heritage Building. Staying in the Prince Edward Building did require the Globe Theatre to cut back a little bit on some of their support area requirements. You know, you could think of it as 12 pounds of potatoes in a 10-pound bag. So the Globe Theatre made a very conscious decision at that time as they were moving forward with the Prince Edward Building that being part of downtown Regina was of paramount importance, and that they were willing to forego some space for props, for wardrobe, for set construction. We have all of those things, but none of them are quite as large as what had been recommended originally. So that offset, one of the things that we were able to do was say, you know what, our patrons coming downtown can find parking. There is lots of parking downtown, contrary to what some people believe. So without having to build a parking lot and being able to put money that would have gone into asphalt into the restoration of a historic gem seemed like a very good trade-off. So I would say that there were options that were looked at, but the Globe made that decision that as part of being a downtown catalyst, being a good corporate citizen, and supporting other businesses, they made a very conscious decision to accept the risk of restoring a building and staying downtown.
And just as a follow-up to that, if I got this wrong, Councillor Findura will correct me. Is it your recollection that council at that time, Councillor Young, Councillor Findura, myself, and others, urged you to stay downtown?
Absolutely. That was at the urging of council. The Globe as a downtown economic generator. Well, quite frankly, without the Globe as a cultural element in downtown Regina, were, other than the public library and the Dunlop, were devoid of a reason for people to come downtown.
Thank you. I have two other questions that I'd like you to expound on a bit. You mentioned economic generator, and you mentioned the numbers. Can you say something about tourism in the Globe?
Yeah, absolutely. So we are a destination for folks to come to. Again, the only theatre in the round in Canada. When I travel anywhere, I never have to say where Globe is. I just say I work at Globe, and everyone knows that it's in Regina. And so folks come here, not just for shows, but also to work here on our stage. It's really special to work behind the scenes, to be on stage in a theatre in the round, and so there's a tourism draw, I think, that in that way. We're also the largest regional theatre in the province, and so we have patrons that come from throughout the province to our shows.
Thank you very much. Finally, I'd like, if you would, to say something about the contribution that the Globe makes to the youth of our city, youth in general, to youth facing challenges, autistic youth, and to our Indigenous youth.
Absolutely. So our theatre school, always wait lists for our theatre school. We have a number of programs to make that theatre school accessible so that there's no financial barriers to that. One of the other things pre-pandemic, we were in schools, and that again was a service that Globe was doing in kind, to be out in schools and to be running various theatre school classes in schools where folks maybe didn't have the ability to come into our building. Again, we're trying to break down some of the colonial construct of theatre and get people walking through a door. We were a police and RCMP holding cells. That's a tricky place for folks to come to. We're going to break that down going forward for especially our Indigenous community. But we needed to go out into the community, and we recognized that because folks were not coming into our building, and for a number of reasons. And so that was a commitment that we made to the community, was to get out there into schools. We have a wonderful partnership with the Autism Resource Center, which we actually carried on throughout the pandemic. And we go to the Autism Resource Center currently and have classes that are run. Those classes we can't keep up with the value of that. And those are soft skills that theater, it's not about having a production at the end of it. It's just the soft skills that are gained, the confidence, the relationships, the gathering that happens through those theatre school classes and that partnership. We, prior to the pandemic, were out at Coacatoose First Nation and had an ongoing relationship with Coacatoose. Of course, the pandemic changed things. It also gives us an opportunity to make new partnerships going forward, which we already are in talks about how we're going to get back out onto some of the First Nations, surrounding First Nations as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
If I could, through the chair, if I could just add a comment. Although your question was perhaps more specifically about programming, I think it's important to recognize that desire, that large C community accessibility desire, and I don't mean accessibility in terms of ramps, but I mean in terms of welcoming the community into the building and the profound difference between this design for the Globe and the way it was. And very purposefully, I talked about the black box or the community theater being on the main floor. The entire length of the building along Scar Street is the public lobby, with the intent that that lobby is open during the day. We looked at the public theater in New York City, and that idea of a public gathering space, a community theater, was paramount to the design. So there's a cafe or an ability to get coffee on the main floor, and I think it's really important to recognize that the Globe Theater's philosophy around programming is also present in the actual design of the building itself. It's not the fortress that it used to be, that you'd come in, circle the elevator as you walked up to the box office or whatever. It's now welcoming to the community. It animates Scar Street. It's the anchor along what is and should be and should continue to be a major pedestrian and mixed-use street in the city of Regina and on the corner of 11th and Scarth. It's the most prominent corner that we have.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Zakiniak, go ahead, please.
So I do have a few questions. So I apologize if I missed this, but I believe you've requested for all levels of funding to increase their contribution by 30%. Have you heard from all the other levels of government? And if so, have they increased their funding by 30%?
We have not heard any answers yet.
Okay, and when do you anticipate hearing from the other levels of government? Any sense of that?
I would suspect when budgets.
Right.
So
Okay.
soon, I feel like that's, the answer
Yeah.
is very soon, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Okay, and then the municipal contribution to this project, when I look at the percentage of, if everybody increases their contribution by 30%, my perception is it is quite high what we would be contributing municipally when you consider our budget compared to the federal and provincial budgets. So 21% for us, just 8% higher for the province, and a little bit more than that for the federal budget. How did we get at such, like, what I would say is a disproportionately high percentage municipally?
So that would have been in that original ISIP application, and that would have been a discussion, I think, with all three levels of government at the time.
Okay. Okay, and then what are the implications for you? It briefly talks about this in your delegation statement or submission of not receiving the funding. Like, I understand that there would be Band-Aid repairs, but I don't, can you elaborate on that further?
Well, I think the biggest one is that we have a loan, but it's not a sustainable business plan to have a $9 million loan for a nonprofit. We're walking into, we all know what's gone on with the RSO and with the live performing arts. We don't know what our patron comeback is going to be like, and so we did really, really well pre-pandemic. And we're hoping to get back there. We're hearing that we're going to get back there, but we don't know for sure. And it's worrisome for me, leaving a legacy piece at the Globe that ties them to a 30-year loan. And I don't think that's good business.
And so the loan is, you have the loan already? And so you're saying that the ask would help
we don't.
assist you to make the payments for the loan,
Or
and
we don't even
otherwise?
take the loan.
Sorry, what's that?
Or we don't even take the loan.
Oh, okay, okay.
We haven't drawn on the loan. We haven't
Okay.
needed to draw on the loan yet.
Okay,
We can finish the project. That was the big deal of getting the loan. We needed to get the loan in order to know that we could finish the project. But what I've said to, it's not public what the bank is yet, but what I said to them was, I hope to never take a penny from you.
okay, and then in terms of, can you elaborate on the Band-Aid repairs? And I think that's specific to the main stairs. Like, what would that entail, just to help me understand?
Stairs that are broken and collapsing would have some grout applied to them. The whole, we would probably put a piece of steel checker plate over. The ramp would stay as is, which is, it's not wide enough. The slope isn't appropriate. We would do that, and that would be about it, actually. There is some risk around safety. There have been people that have slipped down those stairs over the years. But right now, it would be very, very minimal intervention. Yeah, and it would be left, essentially, you walk by it today, it would be cleaned up and not much more.
Okay. And then also in your submission, it says accessibility will be compromised. Is that how accessibility would be compromised, or is there additionally, some additional information about that as well?
No,
Okay.
it would be the stairs as well as the front doors themselves, because the way that there's a landing at the top of the stairs, obviously, and the vestibules to come into the building, because we need a double set of doors. They project out onto the landing. So without that landing getting rebuilt, accessibility into the building through the doors may also be compromised.
Okay. Okay, you mentioned paying off the mortgage last time, as something you were also hoping to do. If that were to be removed from your ask, your financial ask, how would that impact the funding request?
It's not in the ask.
It's not in the ask?
No.
Okay, so that has been removed?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then, so we talked about the possibility of spreading the ask over 2 years.
Yes.
Is there still any possibility of an additional ask at this point? If this goes through, is there any possibility that there may be an additional ask?
No.
Okay. Okay, thanks, that's all I have.
We'll move next to Councillor Bresciani. Go ahead, Lori.
Thank you very much. Thanks for being here. I just would like to ask, in regards to what is the ticket price for the Globe right now?
Our current ticket price is $35 with plus taxes. So just under 40.
Okay, and for youth?
It's a standard price. It's just one price.
Okay, so you talked about community programs, and is that offered to all schools?
No, it wasn't offered to all schools. It was a select number of schools that we, in partnership with the Regina Public School Board, that we got into a few schools. It was really, I think, teacher-based too. Some teachers were really keen on it.
Thank you for that. I remember one of the conversations when we approved this, the last funding, that community was going to be a big part of it, schools were going to be a big part of it, but that meant all schools, not just a few schools and not just Regina Public. And so I wasn't aware that it was only for Regina Public, but is it something that, Jamie, because this is funded dollars from every taxpayer in Regina, is that something that would be open to all schools moving forward?
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, we heard great feedback from the public school system. We tried to, how are we going to get back into the schools? Of course, COVID really impacted us. We wanted to be in the schools while we were out. That was the plan the entire time, and to actually grow that program. within the schools, because we did hear great feedback about it. But then, of course, with COVID, and we're down to a pretty shoestring staff also right now. That's just our reality, you know, in order to be able to run. We are on a pretty shoestring budget, so we're looking at how we ramp up. Part of that ramping up is our community outreach. That's a significant portion.
Thank you. I ran the Applause Dinner Theater, which we owned for 20 years. And so I'm very familiar kind of with the theater, and we had worked at times with the Globe for costuming and things like that. I'd like to ask, what is your commitment to work with smaller theaters that I know we heard from a few theaters last time when we approved this funding, they were not happy because they felt some of the dollars should go to the Regina Performing Arts, a little theater. Like there's many, many other groups that are also theater that are suffering out there. What are your thoughts on that, and how would the Globe then be working with these?
Well, one of the things that I did was I went to the Hub, which is a group of live performing theater makers, when I first did an original consultation, and I said, you know, what are the gaps in the community? And what we heard was there's a gap in the community for an affordable, accessible community space, and we listened to that, and we worked, you know, alongside that group, and feel really good about what we've created in terms of design, that it is going to be an affordable space for smaller groups to come into and to use. And we're not going to be pricing people out because they're going to have the whole building, or, you know, in terms of design, when James talked about design, that community theater design actually can be sort of carved off. They can have their own entranceway, and we don't have to think about security and all the things that go along with giving access to your entire building. And so it was through consultation with the smaller theaters. And we have a lot of theaters that don't have their own venue. So they rent from some of those other places. And some of the rent in some of those other places for a group like, for example, Listen to This, who doesn't charge anything for their tickets, in fact, be able to rent and to afford renting some of those places was of concern. And so that's part of the design of this building, is to make it extremely affordable for theater groups who don't have a home, and to meet their needs.
Thank you. So what would be the cost to rent the room to do that?
We haven't broken that down yet. Well, it'll be a sliding scale, though, I would imagine, and based on need.
Thank you for that. So I don't think there's any debate as to what the Globe Theatre does, how imperative you are to downtown. I think it comes down to the, obviously the financial piece is why you're here today. And I know it was before your time, Jamie, but the funding that you're asking for today is the 1.9, but you indicated that earlier, just when you spoke, that you have a sponsor. Did I hear that correctly?
We have a donor.
A donor, sorry, yeah. A donor. And who is that, and for how much?
It's Andrew and Chantel McCorkadale. They are, right now, they are our heritage sponsor. They're the naming on the building. They have, in lots of conversations with us, said that they understand what's going on in the construction industry, and 30% would be something that they would be willing to increase their contribution by, which is a $900,000 lift on their gift to us.
Okay, great, thank you. So that's 900,000 over and above what they were going to give you originally, is that right?
Yes.
Thank you. So can I ask then, would it be necessary then for us to do the 1.98? Like, why wouldn't we just take off the 900 and then do the difference of that over 2 years?
Right. So in what I think we came up with was what we thought was palatable. Instead of coming with our hands out and saying we need $9 million, is that if we divided it up between 30% from everybody who's contributed, which includes Globe Theatre, so at the original $31.2 million, which was the original budget, what we said was if everybody contributed another 30%. Globe originally in that $31.2 million was going to contribute $4.7 million. What we're saying is, if everybody's willing to contribute more, so are we. And that takes us to $6.1 million. So we actually, that 900,000 is actually helps our contribution, the Globe contribution. And so it's not to offset the city's contribution of 30%. It actually increases the Globe contribution to get us to that 30%.
So you're,
If that makes sense.
okay, so I'm sorry, I thought it was over and above the 1.42 million that you've already said that was what the Globe came up with.
No.
So what you're saying is that 900,000 is already in the 1.4?
Yes.
That's been the Globe, okay. So it's nothing new okay, sorry, I misunderstood. I thought it was an extra 900,000 that was a donator, would have been great.
I wish,
Okay.
yeah. I wish that was true.
The other, I guess, question, and I'm just not clear on the front steps, and I think you've indicated that the city had said at some time years ago that sits on city property. What is the cost of that? Sorry?
It's approximately $900,000. And the design would be very similar to what was done at the front of Dark Hall, if you've seen the steps at Dark Hall.
All right, so the steps. And I guess the only other question I have, and I think this is where, if you don't get the other levels of government that come through, and I agree with Councillor Stadnichuk that the rate for the percentage for the municipality is quite high compared to the province. But what will you do if you do not get the funding from the other levels of government? What's the plan?
Well, I think our loan is the plan. So we will maintain the loan for whatever the overage is.
Okay.
I
And
mean,
so
we're always going
just-
to have hustle. I also want to say this. It doesn't stop here. Like, and if anyone knows me, I'll write grants till the cows come home, and I got a lot of hustle. So we're going to continue writing grants. We're going to continue to find that money. Again, because a loan is not a legacy that any of us want to leave to the Globe. So we will continue to try to find ways to get that money. But it's sleepless right now.
So you indicated it's a 30-year loan?
That's, I believe, what the conditions will be.
A 30-year loan, okay. And would you agree that probably many other theaters in the country have loans?
No, I wouldn't, actually. I spent a lot of time with them. A lot of them have endowment funds. A lot of them are pretty flush. And so, I mean, we can get into an endowment fund conversation of how that didn't work during a pandemic. But no, loans are not something that's typical.
So for something like the Globe, you're saying that many theaters do not have debt?
No.
So then what are we doing that, you said an endowment fund is something that needs to be looked at?
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, an endowment fund is a typical, you know, a lot of the theaters in the sort of top 10 in the country, which we're among, by the way, in terms of size, have significant endowment funds that...
So when does the Globe start looking at an endowment fund through the chair?
If I could, I respect the questions and the answers, but Councillor Bresciani, I know where you're going with this. They've offered a position. They're here asking for some money. I would ask that we focus on what's before us.
I will, but I guess my question, Councillor Stevens, is, are they looking at these other funds to ensure that they don't have debt? Like, what is the plan?
I respect that. I think they've answered several times, which is they're going to apply for money. There's a line of credit. The position is we would rather look to support from levels of government rather than debt financing.
Okay. I'll leave it there. I don't need, no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Masters, go ahead, please.
Thank you, through the chair. I kind of want to follow up on one of Councillor Zakiniak's questions about other levels of government. A couple weeks ago, I believe, administration was before us in terms of providing flexibility in one of our programs. And one of the points was that they're finding from industry that if an organization has commitment from the city of Regina, it's actually easier to go to other levels of government to find their contributions. Would you find that to be the case?
Absolutely. I think I said last time I used language like we just need a champion. We need one level of government to be a champion. We found that community champion. You know, Globe, the community is stepping up, and I think from what our experience is and our learning is that we need one level of government, and it sort of becomes a ripple effect, and that's what we're hoping will happen.
Okay, thank you. Are you eligible for heritage grants this year?
Yes, we will be.
Will you be applying for those?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. No, that question's for administration. There's a significant community support in terms of your operating from fundraising and tickets, the majority of it coming from fundraising and tickets. In terms of downtown support, you're illustrating in your presentation that it's $800,000 in spend when you're open and operating downtown. We know the Downtown Business Improvement District Board of Directors are massively supportive, as is Judith. Do you get any contact with other folks from downtown that perhaps aren't represented through the bid?
Yes, and I think, you know, I'm on the bid board, so we'll put that out there right now. So we talk a lot about our downtown. So I feel like my reach is pretty deep in the community and talking about it. And we hear all the time about, like, you know, that chicken and egg. You know, we need more people downtown and we need investments in that. Oh, we can't wait for Globe to come back into the downtown because we know how many people that's going to be bringing into the downtown. Whether that's the Cornwall Center that's excited about it. You know, we're talking with them about how do we activate the Cornwall to sell subscriptions, and we're going to do wraps in there. And oh, that's so great because that'll bring people into the building. And so I think, and then of course we have the small businesses. We've got some of those folks on our Globe board. Okay. That you know, we did a nice little video of some of the local businesses and how they're excited about Globe coming back and the impact that it makes on them. So absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Just counting back here. Councillor Nelson, go ahead.
Thank you. First question, how many visitors do you see at the Globe Theatre per year annually? Do you have a number?
Yeah, 70,000.
70,000 per year, and what year was that in?
2020, 2019-20. Our fiscal year is not a calendar year, so 19-20 was 70,000.
2019, you saw 70,000 people through the doors. Is that all your programming and your plays and everything? Okay, thank you for that number. You say you're waiting for the Saskatchewan, or the provincial and the federal budgets to come through, and that's when they're saying that they might give you some more money. Is that what your conversation had, or is that what you're assuming, or is this?
We're assuming that that's what they're waiting on, is budget.
Assuming. Okay. But they've never given you anything concrete. I'm finding it difficult because the city seems to always be stepping up, and our taxpayers are always stepping up, and I'm finding that a challenge, being a counselor, to say, okay, well, it's on you. So
if I could offer a clarification, all three levels of government have contributed to this project.
I understand that, Councillor Stevens, but they're asking us for more money, so I'm just saying, has the federal, the province, they haven't had anything concrete, they're gonna say possibly at budget time. That's all I'm saying. Your ticket price is $30 or $35 for everybody, is that?
Currently in our space, we're at the Artesian right now,
Yeah.
so currently. We will have a variety of ticket prices going back into the building. That was not pre-pandemic ticket price. Our average ticket price pre-pandemic was $54.
$54 pre-pandemic.
We had student prices, we had community, we give 100 tickets per show to community organizations. We do a number of different 30 under 30. We have a number of different kind of methods to make the theater more accessible for folks, but right now, because of the venues that we're in and the types of shows that we're doing, which are different than what our main stage shows typically are, that's our ticket price right now.
Okay, I'm just gonna take that far. So the Globe Theatre, when you were saying about the 1.4 million, I think it was, so you're saying that the donor came up with 900,000, so that means the Globe Theatre came up with 500,000? Is that correct? Okay. So what is the talk of ticket prices when this opens? Has there been any, you said that there's been some discussions.
Lots.
Has there been anything concrete so far?
No, we're not. We haven't announced that yet. We're working with a evidence-based data group on our opening and ticket pricing and subscription costs and that kind of thing.
So I just want some clarification as to the loan that the Globe Theatre has. Can you just reiterate that again to me? I didn't get all of the pieces. You have a loan that's available to you,
Yes.
but you haven't utilized it and you don't want that to leave as a legacy? Is there
Absolutely.
any loan that you're paying back right now?
We have a mortgage,
Yeah.
which is about just over 800,000.
800,000. And can you tell me what the cost is at? Is it monthly or bi-weekly or annually?
I'll have to find, I don't want to say the wrong thing on what that is. I have it in my brain, but I'm not quite sure I'm accurate on it.
Are you able to provide that along with the other documentation? Okay, thank you for that. So the mortgage is 800,000. If you have a loan that's available, so kind of like a line of credit, and how much of that line of credit or that loan be available to the Globe Theatre through the chair? Like, what did the bank say that you could have?
Up to 9 million.
Up to 9 million?
Yep.
Okay. And you haven't used any of that? Okay. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead, please.
Appreciate all the information today, understand the options, appreciate the breakdown between 2 years to make it more feasible as well, and remember the backstory and the position of the building as well as the history. I think I'm speaking beyond myself, but I have to ask, a lot of attention was paid to the front entrance and the steps. I sure can. A lot of attention was paid to the front entrance and the steps, and as well as the rebuild on those, and just thinking of a construction timeline in the downtown on that very corner going forward for the next 4 years on 11th, as well as maybe at some time in Scarth. Is there any risk to upsetting those steps we're paying so much attention to and investing in through construction or access to infrastructure, and has that been analyzed?
Yeah, it was something that we've looked at. The stairs, in some respects, what we're doing will act very well as a bridge between the Heritage Building and what happens in the future on Scar Street. We had provided some concepts for a reimagined Scar Street in the past to the downtown bid, and we used some of that initial work as well as some collaboration with the city at the early stages of the Scar Street project before it was paused, to make sure that what we were doing made sense in terms of what was going on Scar Street. So we're not affecting any infrastructure that would need to be done in the future, and the stairs and the ramp as a freestanding element would allow work to happen around it. Regardless of if the stairs are replaced or not, some phased construction would have to take place, both on Scarth and likely 11th, to maintain access to the Globe Theatre, because it only has one main entrance, and it is on Scarth. So in many respects, I think that this would provide, if it was done now, it would provide flexibility and make it easier to do the rest of Scarth and 11th in the future.
Thank you. I anticipated you would have already gone down that line. I think I just didn't want to leave it unchecked or unasked. Appreciate that very much. Thanks.
Councillor Hawkins, go ahead, please.
No. Go for the left.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I got the right mic though, didn't I?
Yeah, you.
Yeah,
there you go.
sorry.
No problem.
Please, I'm sorry.
No,
Counting here.
you got the screen in front of you, you
Yeah.
can see me. To you, Chair. Good morning. Would you say money is one part of what Globe is? Would you agree that there is, so correct, one thing is money, but there are other things? Would you agree with that?
Absolutely.
So would you say that the theater, the arts community are looking at us today, or looking at us, how we deal with Globe, how we deal with theater, how we deal with the arts and the community, as Regina? Would you agree with that?
Yes, absolutely. I think, this investment that the city is making, I mean, Globe contributes financially, economically to the downtown and to the city generally. It's a generator for sure, but I think also in terms of the arts ecology, it's an important thing for our community, and I would agree that, people are looking to see what happens.
Okay, thank you, to Chair. You're talking about the legacy. I mean, legacy, you're talking about legacy, you don't want to leave like one monetary thing. But looking at Globe and its legacy for the years that the Globe has been around here, and we've traveled to the other cities, and we heard about how important it is, the theater, or even the name of Regina being known out there, as you mentioned. Would you say that that is something just as valuable as the cash?
Absolutely. Yeah, I would agree. I mean, I'm going to go back to even just the RSO and the RSO, the legacy of the RSO, and to lose the RSO as an institution in the city it's unimaginable, actually, for us because of the history, because of the value. And the Globe is similar to that. It's part of the fabric of our community, not just the economic side of it. And I don't know about you folks, but when I heard about the RSO and the troubles they were in, again, that weighed heavily, and I couldn't imagine our city without the RSO, and Globe is the same.
Okay, thank you, to you, Chair. It's a comment. It's a comment in a way of a question about. There's some Globe has produced some famous people that come through our doors. And speaking of Regina and economy and all the well-being of a community, is about people speaking about us, coming to see us, bringing business to us, all of those things. And the theater is very based on that importance where. Someone comes from here, goes somewhere else, and never forget where they come from. They always come back and send people back. So as we know, we have few famous folks that come through Globe, like the Maslanis and all that. Would you say that is as well as important part as money?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, not everybody that goes through the theater is going to be famous, but we certainly have people, and knowing that they're going to come back here and they call this place their home is really important. It's a pride, makes us proud. We should all be proud of those things.
And Mr. Chair, that is a perfect comment. Be proud of Regina and who we are. Thank you. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Stadenchuk, go ahead.
Thank you, and through the chair, it's just a question that I couldn't find the presentation, even though I'd read it yesterday. Now I have it in front of me, and my question through the chair is just the last point you made about the remittance of taxes to the different levels of government. Mm-hmm. Can you clarify what kind of taxes you're talking about? Is that payment of, like, what is the 53,000 to the city of Regina and then over 300,000 to the province? What kind of taxes are we talking about?
I believe that is, it's probably taxes. I'd have to go back into EDR and get in the weeds of that report. But I believe that would be taxes that are paid on the discretionary spending that's been made. Likely it's probably taxes on those that we employ that are paying taxes.
Would it, through the chair, be like, is there PST and GST on ticket sales?
There's PST now, yes. Yeah, and GST. Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's all I had, thanks.
Great. See no more questions. Thank you very much for the extensive Q&A. You can return to the gallery,
sure.
Please. So before we get to the main report, one matter is a receive and file on the communication submitted by the Globe Theatre. I believe that's the document that contains a lot of technical information about the project. Can I get someone to move that, please? Councillor Hawkins. Any opposed to the receive and file? Seeing none, super, passes. All right, so we're going to go into the main motion here. Options on the Globe Theatre funding. I essentially need one of two things. This has to be either a receive and file or a motion with some kind of directive. And that could mean pursuing one or more of the options or conjuring something completely unheard of and new right on the floor of committee here. So it's up to committee what direction you want to take, unless you want to have this kind of an open-ended discussion before we get to specific directives. But I'll see who's got their mic on. Councillor Hawkins, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm prepared to move the second option, which is that the city grant the Globe request over 2 years in the amount of $791,500. Mr. Lacey will correct me if that's wrong, but we reviewed the figures. Grant that over 2 years. In 2024, for the money to be found in the current budget, 2025 to be allocated in the budget for that year. I would like to leave it at that. That leaves the administration with the discretion to find the money. Now, the administration has made 3 suggestions. It has ruled out going to the General Revenue Fund. I'm not sure that needs to be ruled out in the sense that I think it might be possible to find some of the money in each of the options that the administration has put forward. It's very difficult for council to make this kind of budgetary decision. So I'd like to leave the motion in that sense, but move your second option.
Thank you. If we could just pause for a second, Amber is going to bring that motion up. There's some nuance to it that we need to go through. Super. Barry, I'm giving you a heads up that your mic's about to go on. We'll need some clarification from you. I'll do it really slow so we can collect your thoughts on what's going on. Just let me know when you're ready.
To you, Chair, I was just waiting for the motion to go up to
You bet.
comment specifically on it.
While that's happening, Bob, did you want to explain maybe in more detail so we know where this is going?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm taking this off the top of page 3 of the memo which council has, and they're the figures that I went through the delegation with at the beginning of the questions I asked. And that paragraph from the administration reads, I'm going to read the paragraph. Subsequent to the Executive Committee's meeting on January 31, 2024, the Globe Theatre has indicated it would be open to receiving the $1.98 million over 2 years, should it be easier for City Council to fund the request at $990,000 per year, with the net payment being $791,500 for each of those 2 years, taking into consideration the overpayment of $389,000 made to the Globe Theatre. As a result, council may wish to reallocate only $998,000 in funding for the 2024 approved budget and direct the administration to include $990,000 in the 2025 budget for the Globe Theatre funding. Through you, Mr. Chair, I might ask Mr. Lacey if those figures in the administration correspond with his understanding of what I'm trying to say.
So, through you, Mr. Chair, and we'll be able to, I think, speak to it more directly when the motion goes up, but it is in conversations with the Globe, it is my understanding that they would find it acceptable if the 1.98 million request is funded over 24 and 25 equally. And so that would mean we'd be looking for approval this year to basically reallocate and provide them funding of 990,000 this year. And so I think the motion needs to speak to the 990,000. I know we have that overpayment piece we need to settle with them, but that would just be a net, and I don't think that needs to be in the motion because actually it is providing an additional 990,000 to them this year. So I would suggest the motion reflect that. The second piece of it that I guess I would seek clarity on is that second 990,000 for 2025. I think the motion should provide direction to administration on that and should either read that administration is directed to include that 990 in the 2025 budget when it comes up, or that typically the language we use, but I will leave it to council's discretion, is that the 990,000 be considered as part of the 2025 budget. The difference between the two is one is you're making a firm commitment, which is fairly rare to basically direct monies in the next year's budget, but it would, I think, provide assurance to the Globe that that 990 is there and that this council has basically directed us to put it in that budget. But the other way is to do a consideration that 990 needs to be as part of the 2025 budget considerations. So I'd look for direction on that second part of that payment.
I understand the direction you're requesting. My preference would be that it be a direction because we're in fact going to go through a change in council as a result of the election. And I think from the Globe's perspective, it would probably be preferred that they knew for certain that the money was coming. I would look though through the chair to the Globe to tell us what their preference are. I'm speculating on their preference.
So through you, Mr. Chair, so if there's a desire by the committee to recommend to council that it be a direction, then I think we should clarify that before committee votes on it. And then the third piece I would have is, I think as administration, I appreciate you'd like us to provide us some flexibility to find that within the budget during the year. But I think it's important that we receive direction that barring us being able to do that, where specifically is it coming out of the budget? Because I want to make sure there's money in the budget. And that, I guess, does not preclude that should, during the year, we forecast maybe a surplus if we happen to be so lucky that we could allocate some of that to that, or some other capital projects are underspent and there's an opportunity to reallocate. And I'd suggest at that point we would come back and basically seek council direction to release funds from wherever we've withheld currently out of one of these three options. And then that ensures that funding is there. With the direction basic for us to continue throughout the year to look for other sources of funding opportunity, and if they should become available, that would then, we'd come back and that would allow us to free up then that money to be spent, on whatever option council wishes to direct us on.
Can we take our 15-minute break to work on this? Because I have a feeling everyone's going to make me work my $300 deputy mayoral salary here as I chair our way through this. So we'll take a 15-minute break. We'll get something up there, and then we can tinker from there. get started here in a second. Could ask folks to take their seats. We're going to get that motion up here in a second. Bob, do you want to go first or hand it over to Barry?
Why don't I read it and then hand it over there?
Okay. Okay, so for everyone watching, we now have a motion all written up. Here it is on the screen, so I'll ask Councillor Hawkins to speak to it, and then I'll pass it over to Mr. Lacey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'll read the motion. It's been crafted with the help of the administration, so I'll ask for the administration to comment on the motion after I've read it. Move that City Council, 1, approve allocating a total of $1.98 million to the Globe Theatre over a 2-year period, taking into consideration the overpayment of the $398,000. 2, approve this to be funded as follows, and this was a challenge. Relocate $990,000 from the Catalyst Pathway project and further direct the administration to seek alternative funding sources during 2024, and should administration find the alternative funding during 2024, to return to council and reestablish $990,000 to the Catalyst Pathway, and further, if administration is unable to find an alternative funding source, that the $990,000 be included in the 2025 budget for the Catalyst Pathway. Direct the administration to include $990,000 in the 2025 budget for the Globe Theatre Renewal Project, and this is the legal part, 3, delegate authority to the Deputy City Manager, Financial Strategy and Sustainability to negotiate and approve the terms and conditions of a new funding agreement with the Globe Theatre. Mr. Chair, I'd ask through you for the administration to comment on that, and then I'll have very brief explanation while it goes to debate.
Mr. Lacey.
So thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. So this meets the need for administration to have direction with respect to where specifically the funding will be pulled from. I think that's important to get that direction here today. But what it also does is, I think, seeks the movers' desire that if there is an opportunity during the year that if we can find alternatives funding source, for example, we underspend in a capital project somewhere else, that we come back to council and provide that information to council, which then would allow that $990,000 to be reestablished to the Catalyst Pathway project this year, if we're able to do that. And finally, if we fail to be able to find alternative sources of funding, it does ensure that the Catalyst project is fully funded by ensuring that this council is directing administration to include it in the 2025 budget. So I think that works for us. Just the timing of, should that $990,000 not be available, it might affect the timing of the completion of the pathway, but in talking to that area, the pathway still would be completed in 2025. I think just a matter of whether it's completed in the summer of 2025 or a little bit later in that year. Thank you.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. I want to take this to the highest level I can. It was stated in the discussion today, this morning, that the value of the Globe is priceless, and that's true. It's difficult to imagine Regina without the RSO, without the Globe. It's part of the fabric of the culture of this city. And when looked at in that way, it's worth going the extra mile to finish this project, a project to which not only the taxpayers have contributed, but to which citizens have voluntarily stepped up and been very generous in their gifting to make this happen. It's also clear that the Globe needs this boost as leverage to go to the other two levels of government. Understandably, those two levels of government want to see that the municipal level of government is fully behind this. It is equally important, I think, that the Globe has not just shown how it values accessibility in the widest sense of that word, but it has gone the extra mile to make the interior of the new Globe Theatre more accessible than was easily required. It would be a terrible tragedy if we made a theater that was open to children, open to young people with disability challenges, if we then closed the door by not putting on proper steps and entranceway that would make them feel completely welcome. This is a terrific project. It's a project which this council can finish in its term. It's a testament to the city and the brand of the city, and I'd ask your support for it.
Thank you. So there's a few moving parts here, and I'd say questions about all these different elements are fair game, whether it's the Catalyst project pathway or the Globe. Councillor Mancinelli, you had your light on before. I'll give you an opportunity to consider if you wanted to speak first, or... Okay. All right. Councillor Stanachuk, go ahead, please.
Okay. And through the chair, I guess a question to administration. The way this motion is read, is drafted, it commits us to that full ask that the Globe Theatre has made. Even, I guess my question would be, if, for instance, there was suddenly the provincial government gave more than what they're being asked, or there was some other source of funding to the Globe, this motion would still tie us to that full amount, 1.98 million? Is that correct?
So through you, Deputy Chair, I think the answer to that would be yes.
Okay. In terms of the benefit to the city, we do know that it is a cultural icon in our city, that it will help the downtown. Would there be any broader economic benefits to the city by providing this funding through the chair?
Who'd like to take that?
Sorry, it's
More of an economic development Regina question.
Yeah.
But
So through you, Deputy Mayor, I guess I can start. I mean, obviously, you know, I think the Globe plays a couple of important roles in the city. We've talked one about our culture and about being a city that has a vibrant community, and I think that they're a strong contributor to that. And I think just by its nature, where Globe is located in downtown Regina and bringing people down into downtown Regina. I know myself, when I go to the Globe, my wife and I often go out for a supper. And so I'm sure the restaurants are much more busy on the nights where the Globe actually has performances. And all of that is an economic generator. And then not speaking to, you know, I certainly don't know what their patrons are, but I'm certain there are people that outside the city limits as well that come into the city and might come and see a play, as an example, and enjoy an evening in our city. All of those type of things generate obviously economic benefit and spin-off to the city. Can't speak to specifically what that number might be.
okay. Thank you. I don't have any more questions, but in principle, I do support this. I do want to say, though, however, that in line with what Councillor Zakidniak had said earlier, I do feel that there is a lot of pressure on us as a municipality to contribute when, you know, other levels of government just have more resources than we do. So, but I do think it is, like I said, a cultural icon in our city. I do support this, and I really, really would love to see other levels of government contribute beyond what is being asked. Thank you.
Councillor Zakidniak, go ahead, please.
Okay, first, I'd like to ask about, so the implications for reallocating $990,000 from the Catalyst Pathway project. So I'd like to hear administration speak to the implications of the reallocation of that funding for 2024, through the chair.
Ms. Bryden, please.
Go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. So work would continue on the Catalyst Pathway, and we just wouldn't be able to issue a contract, so we would just continue to do our design work on the pathway and collaborate, of course, with the indoor aquatics facility and finish that design, and the contract would just go out a little bit sooner. And so construction would still be completed in 2025. It would just be likely a few weeks later.
So does administration have any serious concerns with the, based on this amendment, like to the change in plan?
Through the chair, no, we do not.
Okay. Based on that, I can support most of this, but what I can't support is bolting something into the budget. We've had this conversation multiple times about how it is not appropriate for us to bolt things into the budget. And so I'm not inclined to start making exceptions and going down that path again. What was communicated to us is that the appropriate pathway is for things to be recommended to be included in the budget, and administration makes the call of what they ultimately put in the budget. And then we have the ability, as council, to add anything into the budget on the floor of council. But it was communicated to us that it is not appropriate for us preemptively to start bolting stuff into the budget. And so I'm not inclined to start doing that all over again and have this, open that door all over again. So I would ask that part, so there's one part that says direct administration to include $990,000 in the 2025 budget. I'd like to vote on that separately, but I note that the sentence prior to that also talks about including it in the budget. So I don't know if the clerks have a clear, I want all references to including in the 2025 budget as a separate vote. Is that possible?
I'd say yes, but we'll get some clarification on it. Bullet 2. So that could be a new item 3.
Right.
My mic is still on.
But you're like, then I'd have to ask. So my mic is on.
It's up to us. It's a valid statement.
Actually, maybe I can start by asking Councillor Hawkins. I believe you were deliberately put include. I don't think you're open to changing the language to say consider in the budget. But before I, ask to vote separately, I may as well verify that.
I think I can answer that question. This language was worked out very carefully with the administration. And because of that, I'm reluctant to change it. It's part of a package that works all together. As a straight up procedural matter, council can bolt something into the next budget. I can understand the reluctance to do that in most cases, but I think that in this case, there's good reason to do this, especially as we've worked it out with the administration, and especially given that the amounts involved are not astronomical. These will not change the whole of the next budget. So my inclination is that this was worked out with the administration as a package and should be considered as a package. And it's a reasonable package, and it corresponds with the request by the Globe Theatre. In other words, the Globe Theatre has to be pretty sure before it needs 1.98 million. It has to know where that's coming from, or it can't build new steps.
Okay, so thank you. Based on that, I do want to vote separately, on that item separately.
I'm not sure, Mr. Clerk, it's severable.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I would agree. Typically, we do sever things where they're appropriate. In this case, recommendation number 1, if you're approving that, it is basically tying you to identifying something over 2 years. So I would respectfully suggest that you cannot sever 2B. You have to defeat number 1 to actually go through to the next step.
Okay, I hear that, and so unfortunately, I won't be able to support it because I have to, I think it's really important, and I mean, I wasn't going to bring up the example, but perhaps folks remember the lawsuit. This is where it came up, where do we bolt stuff into the budget? Do we not bolt stuff into the budget? I don't want to go down that pathway again. We don't bolt stuff into the budget. That's my opinion. And so unfortunately, I won't be able to support this. What we do know is that, yes, they need surety of their funding, but that's why they have the loan. And so it's not that if we say consider in the budget, there is a backup option already in place for Globe. And you're right, it's not much money, so ideally it makes it into the budget, but we have the authority on the floor of council to make sure it makes it into the budget if that is the desire of council. So unfortunately, I can't support this.
Thank you. Just a point here, and I'm not speaking for or against this, but if it fails, I think what I would do is open it up for discussion on what the alternatives are, because it's not clear to me if people are opposing the funding option arranged or if they're opposing the principle of supporting the Globe. So in your comments, I would appreciate if you could clarify, because perhaps councillors have a different approach that they would like to pursue should this fail. Just as a comment. I'm not speaking for or against. Thank you.
You could sever 1 and 2.
Correct. Yes, 1 and 2 could be severed, but I haven't heard that request. Councillor Nelson.
Thank you. And this is what I struggle with too. It's you know, Councillor Hawkins says this cannot be done, this project won't move forward if we don't get this funding, so on and so forth. But in all reality is the Globe Theatre has a $9 million line of credit that they can access. That money can be accessed and hopes with maybe next budget, the federal and the province and the municipality can come up with some money to give back and you can pay that loan down. I'm looking at it as a taxpayer's stance here, and I will let you all know that we all want to leave a legacy for our family. We all want to leave something for our family. This is not the time I can leave anything for my family, and I'm not saying just me. It's in general population of people. We're all struggling. If you have another means to access this money, for now, I would recommend using it the same way all of us have had to use it. You talk about 70,000 visitors to the Globe Theatre in a year. Administration, can you please, I don't know if you have these numbers, but do you have any numbers to say how many visits there was to the Wascana Pool or to any of our other facilities? Do you have that number at the top of anywhere?
Could I ask how this relates to the motion at hand? Is it a question of how does this compare to other priorities? I just need to know why the pool matters.
Yeah, it is.
So maybe broadly speaking, administration can comment on how this ranks as a priority in terms of culture and recreation.
And the pathway.
And I just happened to put Ms. Anderson's mic on, but I didn't want to presume. I don't know where this goes. Who'd like to take this?
Ms. Bryden.
Okay.
Thank you, through the chair. So I appreciate the question. I think that from a downtown activation aspect, the Globe is very important. And there's, as Mr. Lacey indicated, the economic impact. We don't know the numbers, but we know that there is impact. But just in general, having folks in our downtown is a very positive thing that we certainly prioritize. And I would say the Globe is considered one of our major partners in terms of our culture arts and culture stream when we're talking about funding, and they do a lot in our community with, as I don't need to speak for Ms. Bolt, she already talked about what they do in the community. So I would say the Globe is very, and again, this is my opinion, but I would say it's a jewel in our downtown and quite an important piece of our community. I'll leave it at that.
Go ahead.
So, it's all opinion-based, and that's what I'm struggling with. I want to know numbers-wise based. Can we have any numbers to give this some value through the chair?
Through you, through the chair. So, I'm not sure, like, I don't have economic, I think EDR would maybe have more numbers on, in terms of the economic impact of the Globe in the downtown. But I would say if, 70,000 visitors over the course of the season is probably a fairly healthy number to bring.
That was a year.
Yeah, throughout, well,
Yeah.
throughout their season, to bring into the downtown. They're hitting up the restaurants and the bars and the pubs and the stores. But I don't have the exact number.
So, and I'm fine with that. I mean, I'm not saying that the Globe Theatre doesn't add value to our downtown. I am not saying that. I think it's wonderful. I personally would struggle with paying $35 a ticket based on my income, but otherwise, I'm sure other people can afford it, and I'm not saying it's not a value. What I am saying is, for us to go without other things when the Globe Theatre does have a means to access that money for now until possibly we can go to, or they can go to the federal government at budget, and they can go to the provincial government at budget, and they can come to us at budget to say, hey, can we have this money? Maybe the next budget in the new council, we will have it. I'm not sure. But for me to make a decision now based on that, without all the information, without all the access to all the other funding that they could possibly get, I can't make that decision, and I won't make that decision for the next council that we sit here at the table. So thank you very much. I do appreciate the Globe Theatre. I do appreciate the value, but I can't support it. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So to that point, as a reminder, if this passes, let's say it's the data that you're concerned about for any member of committee. If it passes, it still has to go to council. So you can make a decision to advance this. I think there's a clear expectation on the Globe and others to have that data available, and if they don't produce it, I think that would be to their detriment. So just putting it out there, if this passes, it doesn't lock us in. It has to go to council, and if you're still not satisfied, you can make a determination there. I'm just putting that out there when it comes to time to vote. It's your call. Yeah, go ahead.
To that. So the data that I'm looking for, though, that, and I'm also looking for, has the province, would the province say, hey, we'll give you some, or the feds say something like some type of a commitment before it goes to council? And I don't know if that's possible to get through the chair.
Fair.
So for my thinking is like, well, put it on your line of credit for now until you can get those commitments, and then we can have a conversation.
That's fair. Yeah. All right. Mayor Masters, please.
Thank you, through the chair. Mr. Lacey, I just want to verify something. The $398,000 overpayment, that would be, as of December 31st, sitting as an account receivable on our books? Okay. So in terms of the 1.98. I wanted to share with council, I believe it had been brought up before from the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. I was at a big city mayor caucus meeting in Ottawa a few weeks ago, and this was raised by all of the mayors in terms of ISIP projects that had been approved, that cost escalations were basically out of the reach of some municipalities. You know, some stories of what was approved 3 or 4 years ago at $500 million was now $1 billion. And so there is a request or some advocacy and lobbying being done by both the Federation of Canadian Municipalities as well as mayors and towns across the country to ask for a funding source that can look back to help cover off, which is where the federal and provincial elements in this might come from. We do know as well that the YWCA had some cost overruns, which we know they came at budget time and asked. But I also know that the city's commitment to the YWCA for the additional $1 million during the budget works well when they're making the case to the province and the feds as well. That was shared with me. Councillor Hawkins, well, no, I'm going to ask in a minute one more question. Mr. Lacey, we have an asset renewal fund that had a dedicated 0.5 over 5 years, which is 2.5 of a mill rate essentially. That fund should be sitting at, the accumulation of it should be 7.25 million per year that goes into the asset renewal fund. Is that correct?
Sorry, through asset renewal fund, asset revitalization, I'm sorry.
Yeah, revitalization, sorry, call them all silly names.
Asset revitalization reserve?
Yeah.
So we have not had a dedicated mill rate that puts funds into the asset revitalization reserve. Historically, the asset revitalization reserve funding source has been investment income that's exceeded what we had budgeted in years where we've run surpluses.
So the dedicated 0.5 is for what? For the last 5 years? I believe it was Councillor Hawkins' motion.
Oh, sorry, now it's connecting, sorry. So yes, we have had a dedicated 0.5% recreation culture dedicated mill rate that has been funding our recreational culture capital plan. That is correct. And so that, I forget what the amount is, but I think the number you've provided, 7 million plus, is what the annual amount now would be that is contributed annually to that capital plan. And there is a 10-year capital plan with respect to recreational and culture projects that are supported by that funding.
Thank you. Do you recall where the original $6.6 million, what fund that came out of in the original ISEP application?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I don't. Just one second. I'll ask Ms. Bryden if perhaps she knows what the initial funding source was.
I think it came from the rec plan.
Okay, so thank you. So Ms. Bryden believes it did come out of the Recreation Culture Rec Plan, which, as you've indicated, Mayor Masters, one of the funding sources for that was that 0.5 dedicated mill rate.
Okay. I guess this question might be for Councillor Hawkins through the chair. Councillor Hawkins, if I consider Councillor Zakiniak's concerns, if we postpone and have the pathway, Catalyst Pathway connector delayed, I believe the number that goes back into reserve is 3 million. So you have a choice to do 1.98 out of that 3 million and leave 1.02 in the reserve net and just get it approved this year, or name the source as the recreation culture dedicated mill rate, knowing in next year, which may extend our 10-year plan by an additional year, perhaps, but in terms of actually naming the source of it as opposed to just within the budget, because it would seem to me that your 0.5 motion from your recreation culture dedicated mill rate was intended for these types of very projects.
There's no doubt that fund, that dedicated mill rate fund was intended for exactly these kinds of projects. But I will say this, what you see on the board was worked out with the administration over the break. It's complicated. There were a lot of various interests involved in working it out. I guess from my perspective, I'm happy to do it any way that works with the administration, has the consent of the administration.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Mr. Lacey, as it relates to the motion on the floor, this has been worked out with you. Is this an achievable thing from a funding source perspective? Do you have concerns about $990,000 being pushed into 2025?
So through you, Mayor Masters, I have always cautioned council to approve funding in future budgets. That caution hasn't changed, and that would be the caution I continue to provide. In discussions when this motion was developed, my sense was that there was a desire to be able to provide some type of firm commitment to, especially as we spread it over 2 years, provide a firm commitment to the Globe that funding would be there. And so my advice and direction was that that is the desire of council to ensure that happens. I think it would be important then that you would need to not have a consider in the 25 budget, but a direct in the 25 budget. So that was the genesis of where we're at right now.
Thank you. Councillor Messinelli, I knew you'd be back. Go ahead.
Appreciate the motion as it's drafted. Understand the funding source, and I wanted to thank administration for being so strict on having to name a funding source. Open-ended motions and approvals leading up to jumbled budgets is something I've witnessed quite often, and I really do appreciate this being whittled down and responsibly held with the motion as it's drafted. I will support this, and I will support the Globe. That's all I got to say. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Bresciani, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. So can I ask administration, what are the risks? Like, I know when we approved this for the 6.5, I remember the previous city manager had said kind of this was a one-off, as it's not a city entity. It's a nonprofit. What are the risks if this goes through now for additional funding? We know there could be other establishments, nonprofits come forward in this regard. Do you see any, through the chair?
I mean, through you, Mr. Chair, I just make a general statement anytime council provides third-party funding. There's always the potential that other groups might come forward out of the woodwork indicating they have similar needs, similar pressures that they're facing. Ultimately, at the end of the day, though, that ultimately is at council's discretion about how it wants to deal with that. So that's always a risk, but that would be a general characterization.
Thank you for that. Because we are providing taxpayer dollars and it's a non-city entity, what goes into dissecting the books and the finances before we actually provide the funding, through the chair?
Well, the group does receive different forms of funding from the city, so perhaps there is financial information we know, but who'd like to take that?
Sorry, Councillor Bershon, can you repeat that? I don't think I quite understood.
The request is for additional funds, and when we approved this back, again, I think at that time we heard that that's kind of the limit it would be that we'd be asked. Now we're being asked again to come up with another $2 million. So I guess the question is that have they provided anything to the city regarding the financials on as per the Globe? So as we move forward, and not just moving forward, but have we dissected their books to ensure that what is provided is accurate, is my question.
So through you, Deputy Mayor, as it relates to the capital project and the information that they've submitted in their delegation submissions, we haven't gone through and directly matched that up and confirmed it. I would say with respect to the federal and provincial funding portions that they indicate, they are consistent, that we are aware that they did receive. So I would say from what we've received, it seems to be consistent with our understanding of funds received to date.
Okay. I appreciate the motion, and I appreciate the fact that it's, looking at a project, taking a project away or going to be pushed down the road, I guess. But I also have a concern with the fact that when the Y did their funding, they were on a campaign for at least many, many years. They came to council many, many times, kept us in the loop of where they were with their fundraising and that kind of thing. From the Globe's perspective, after the Y was approved, that's kind of when the Globe came alive, and I understand that COVID and things like that. But I haven't heard a lot about back to council funds they've raised and their plan moving forward. even looking at setting ticket prices, going into an endowment fund, things like that, which I think are imperative. Because I will say that I think this could set us up as a city. Anytime someone is in shortage of dollars, because they are, and I think I've heard a couple of councillors, they are absolutely valuable in our community and they offer something in the cultural. We've got many, many others that offer great value within the city of Regina, within the culture as well. We know the artesian, like the list goes on. And so I think we have to be really, really careful. I wanted to also indicate that I think the Globe is absolutely a gem, as we've heard in our city, people that love the Globe through fundraisers, just like the Y has had to raise money for theirs. And so I won't be able to support this at this time because I actually think the taxpayers of Regina have already given the $6.5 million, which I think was fair to a nonprofit that is not a city entity, but of course does great work within our city. So I will leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Zakidniak, go ahead, please.
Okay. I am trying to find a way to support this funding request because it's not the Globe Theatre's fault that there's a piece of it in relation to the 2025 budget that I'm not feeling supportive of. So I would like to ask administration, what would administration's response be to if that money was taken from the Catalyst pathway, the entire amount, that 1.98 million this year, instead of spread over 2 years, because that's the concern, that's the area that's concerning to me. If that came out of the 2024 budget for the Catalyst pathway, the entire 1.98 million, what would be administration's response to that in 2024?
Who owns this one?
So through you, Deputy Mayor, I will make a comment and I'll just have Ms. Bryden confirm I have it right. So council could choose to approve to reallocate 1.98 million out of the Catalyst pathway in 2024. The question I would have then is the direction suggests that council then should either direct that amount be put in the 2025 budget or be considered as part of the 2025 budget. That would be a decision of this group to make. With respect to impact on the actual Catalyst project and the timing of its completion, I don't believe that really changes from the motion in front of you here and what you have suggested, Councillor Zakidniak. And Ms. Bryden is confirming that is correct.
So to confirm, I guess what you're saying, Mr. Lacey, is that what you would suggest be considered in the 2025 budget is the Catalyst pathway funding. Is that what you were meaning just now?
So through you, that is one of the options that is put forward in the report, is to reallocate the entire 1.98 million this year from the Catalyst pathway project, but to include it, because you require that funding to complete the project in 2025, to include it in the 2025 budget.
For consideration.
Council can either direct us to put it in the 2025 budget or direct us to consider that as part of the 2025 budget, which back to Mayor Master's comments is what my advice has historically been, but I recognize each situation is unique. And council has the ability to make that decision, either one.
Okay. So, and just to be clear, so if the whole 1.98 million came from the 2024 budget, from the Catalyst pathway work, administration does not have concerns with the entire amount coming from the 2024 budget. Is that accurate?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, with the caveat that if council desires this project to be completed in 2025, the funding needs to be reintroduced as part of the 25 budget.
Right. So if council said consider that, then administration feels strongly that they would put it in, it sounds like. So I think, to my point, the language...
Ultimately, it would be that new council, because it would be a new council that considers the 25 budget. Yeah. It would be the new council that would make that consideration, yes.
All right. So, Councillor Hawkins, This is for him, but he's not available, so I will wait patiently, and I guess
Well, what's the ask?
well, I mean, he needs to hear it, so.
You want to replace what's on the table with the alternative, which is from the report. And you need his consent, is that correct?
That is, well, I can,
Okay.
I'll let him know when he's available.
Bob, you willing to trade the recommendation from the report with what you have? Or you want to continue on with what you have?
So,
As a motion?
so I would support it then if the whole 1.98 million came from the 2024 budget, and then, to be clear, that the Catalyst Pathway funding was considered as part of the 2025 budget. That is how I could support this. And you don't have to change it, but I'm just throwing that out there.
Councillor Hawkins.
The motion on the floor is clear.
All right?
It was worked out with the administration. They're comfortable with it. I'm comfortable with it. I think it's fair to the Globe. I think it's fair to the people who are interested in the Catalyst project. I think we should consider the motion on the floor. If it isn't supported, then some other motion might be put on the floor. But this is a strong motion on the floor with the support of the administration.
Okay, okay, thank you, I have your answer. I want to be clear that just because we've worked something out with administration's responding to like what we are asking them to help us craft in a motion doesn't mean that they're supportive. It just means that they're responding to what we're asking them to do. So that keeps being raised, and I just want to clarify that them working on something with us doesn't mean that they're endorsing it. Anyway, unfortunately, again, I can't support this. Thank you.
Councillor Findura.
Okay, thank you. It's riveting, isn't it?
Well, I'm riveted.
One rivet at a time. Quick question on the administration. In the submission on the page 3, it speaks to the entrance, main entrance, and the stairs, which is a city property, and it says it's not included in the project. And if it is included in the project, then city assets are revitalized, however we want to say it. Is some of, so part of this 1.98 would be included in, and I think I heard their number, 900,000 to do the entrance and stairs. Would that be part of that then?
So, through you, Mayor Masters, not Mayor Masters, I'm sorry.
Deputy.
You get the point.
So used to,
Yeah.
Mayor Masters sitting in the chair up there. Through you, Deputy Mayor. It is my understanding that, no, that 1.98 does not include the stairs. In the Globe's submission, they note what their overall new submission is, and they indicate that is not included in that project dollar amount.
Okay.
That's all the information I have.
Okay, that's good. Thank you.
All righty. I see no more questions. Absolutely. Jim, go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I was asked to clarify for the understanding of the committee members and the public. With respect to Councillor Zakidniak's question about that she put to Councillor Hawkins, the reason that the motion remains in its entirety as written is because recommendation number 1 specifically states this being over 2 years. And what I was understanding from Councillor Zakidniak was that she was looking to change that to 1 year. That's fundamentally different from number 1. So therein lies the reasoning that it retains itself as one whole motion.
Thank you. All right, call the vote. So Laura, are you going to have a digital vote, or do I need to ask her? Okay.
Deputy Mayor, the motion passes in a vote of 6-3. Those voting in favor of the motion were Councillors Hawkins, Stadnichuk, Mancinelli, Stevens, Mayor Masters, and Councillor Findura, and yourself, Deputy Mayor. Those voting against were Councillors Zakidniak, Nelson, and Bresciani. For Councillor LeBlanc has temporarily.
Seat, please. Hey, it's your call. All right, next item. The next motion, next report is EX 24-12, lease of a portion of 1483 6th Avenue. We have a delegation. Glenn Smith is back with us. I would ask Glenn to please come up and take your seat. And like last time, if you could be so kind as to introduce yourself, and you'll have 5 minutes. Go ahead, please.
Hi, I'm Glenn Smith. I'm representing Dealer's Choice Auto Sales. You all heard my statement last time I was here in front of council, and I just want to alliterate on a couple of things. I know to most of you my offer that I made might have sounded ludicrous. However, there are contributing factors that came to bring me to the decision to make that offer, and I just kind of wanted to readdress some of them because I didn't get a chance to go into the full details last time I was here. The first issue with this lease is concerning. I know the risk, but I'm willing to take it, is there's a 90-day termination clause on this piece of property that the city can exercise at any time. So therefore, I've talked to legal counsel and other people, and they're saying, that's a very high-risk lease to get into, that, you have to be careful and position yourself right so that you have an exit plan at the end, because to move my business in 90 days' time could be a major cost factor. So that's the reason I structured my option to make the offer to you the way it is. Number two, that property has been dead and off the city's radar for 10 plus years. Nobody's been interested in it. It hasn't created any revenue for the city whatsoever. There is no infrastructure there. It's going to cost me, I don't know, I'm guessing anywhere between $10,000 and $15,000 to bring the power and the phone lines and internet into the property just so I can utilize it for my business. So I have to be able to structure those costs over a time frame as well, because if I got a 90-day exit plan, those costs are fixed. I can't recapture them. The third thing is I was prepared to lease this property in September of last year. I first approached the real estate office I believe it was in July. I'm not blaming anybody because I know the process it takes. I've been patient and diligent, but you have to understand, I've also lost 7 months of potential business income because I've been waiting for this, because I had a dream and a vision for this property to bring it back to light. Also, had I had the business up and running last year, I'd be well positioned for this spring and summer market in the car business, which is your most lucrative time of year. Now, by the time I take this property over, if you all agree to it, I'm 90 days out before I can stock the lot with the inventory I'm going to need to operate my business at full potential. So there is another loss of income there as well. That's why I structured the lease the way it was, and I think I'm being fair. At least I'm generating some revenue for the city on a piece of property that has been dead, and they've had no action, no interest in it. And it took this time and my vision to bring this property back to light. And I just hope that you find it in my favor and don't turn around and decide to list it publicly so somebody else can come in and take over all the hard work and the time and energy I put into it to bring it this far. And I'm sorry that I had to get to this point where I could actually make an offer on the property, but I was trapped. I had nowhere to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from committee? I have one. I just need some clarification. So it's been suggested that you had signed a letter of understanding with the city with the current rate of $18,000. So what did you agree to?
Well, see, you got to excuse my ignorance. I have leased properties before where I've been able to deal with somebody. I get a direct answer. I can make an offer on the property right there and then. This has been a gong show because Alls I was ever told was it had to go to city council, that they were gonna send it in at the requested value that they have on the property. I was kind of lost, so I signed a letter of, an LOU letter to put a deposit on the property so nobody else could come in, you know, because in the car business, word gets around. I mean, it's like a soap opera. So I wanted to protect my interest to make sure that I actually had a valid chance of acquiring the property. At that point, nobody could give me an exact time as to when this was going to come to place, because the real estate office had informed me that they were short-staffed and that they had other major projects they were working on that was of more importance, but they would do their due diligence to speed it up as fast as they could. I was first told that possibly December could be hit, you know, go to city council. Then I was told January, then it became February. And throughout the process, it wasn't until December, I believe it was December, sometime in December, I was told that I needed to do a discretionary land permit. So I was hustling to get that done. Then I was told I needed a site plan for the city. Then I got that done. Then all the parameters around the site plan, I was the one that had to do my due diligence to reach out to the departments to find out what the setbacks were, what the parking stall measurements were, everything. I mean, you know, I'm not a highly educated man. I don't have a university degree. I had to hire an architectural firm to do the site plan because the measurements they gave me on the property were in feet and inches. And then all the measurements I got for the setbacks and everything was in metric. I don't know how to convert that, so I had to hire that out to get that done. So, you know, I've gone out of my way, and I've been very, very patient to bring this piece of property back to life. And all I'm asking for is, you know, to make it happen. And I think I'm being very fair. You know, there's lots of costs involved, and lots of time, and lots of expenses that I've incurred, and that's why I structured my offer the way it is.
I just need a couple simple facts. One, is it true that you tentatively agreed to the rate that is before us? And secondly, is it fair to say you didn't like that and you tried to bypass the negotiators and come to us?
Honest to God, I didn't know what I was agreeing to. I just knew I had to sign an LOU letter and leave a deposit, because I was told it still had to go to city council. I wasn't even awarded the opportunity to make an offer on the property.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead, please.
Thanks. Appreciate your position and interest in the land and your entrepreneurial spirit. Just looking at Albert Street, on North Albert, I witnessed a lease get taken over from a used car establishment. If I was to agree to awarding you a $1 lease, how would I reflect to the business that just assigned onto a lease from a property owner that pays property taxes and the whole bit? Would it portray me as picking winners and losers in my own city in your department?
I'm sorry, I can hardly hear you.
I'm sorry. I'll talk louder.
Talking.
Yeah, I like to talk softly because I like to be friendly, but I'll talk louder.
Old.
Okay, so I noticed there was a business that just opened up on North Albert selling used vehicles. They took over an existing building. They would have signed a lease for that, I'd imagine. They're paying property taxes on that. How would you feel if you're the person who took over that business with those costs, selling the same product you're selling, and all of a sudden a bunch of politicians gave someone a $1 lease in the same market? Would that be fair to you if you were the other people paying? I don't think I can make that decision fairly for others, is where I'm getting at.
Well, the difference being is if you're moving onto a piece of property that actually has a building on it, has sewer and water, has all the infrastructure there to support the business, your costs are a lot less. And if you sign a 5-year lease, you're not signing a 5-year lease with a 90-day exit plan. That's two major factors. With me, I'm looking at the cost to bring the infrastructure into this property so that I can support my business. Then I got the cost of leasing an office building because there's nothing there. I'm not having any sewer and water. So in the car business, especially on that high-traffic street, I'm probably going to have to hire a mobile car wash guy to come and wash my cars 2 or 3 times a month at $500 or $600 a crack. Because I don't have water, I don't have access to water there where I can, pay a kid to come in and wash my cars. I'm gonna have to either drive him over to the automatic car wash or bring in a mobile washing unit at $15 a car approximately is what they charge to do that. So, I mean, yes, I understand what you're saying, but there also there's two sides to every picture. That guy's got fixed costs. He knows what he's getting into when he goes in there, and he can utilize the building, He probably has a bay where he can bring a car in to wash it, or bring somebody in to do some repairs on it if he needs. I've got nothing there. All I'm gonna have is a mobile office and nothing, no facilities.
Yeah, well, and just thinking how the room is, sorry I can't get into discussion with you. Appreciate your insight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Don't see any more questions. I'd ask that you return to the gallery and we'll move on to the report. That's it. Yeah, thank you. EX 24-12, lease of a portion of 6th Avenue. I will turn it over to administration. Who'd like to start with this? Ms. Anderson, go ahead, please.
Through the chair, City Administration first brought this report to Council on February 28th, 2024, and we had to bring it in front of Council because the land had not been listed publicly. So just in case you're wondering why we're even here, that's why we're here. Despite signing an LOU, the applicant then tried to negotiate a lower lease rate, well below market value, when he appeared on February 28th in front of Council. Council asked administration to go away and continue negotiations with the applicant, since administration still believes that the lease rate should be fair market value, and since the applicant confirmed again his willingness to honor the agreement that he signed in the LOU, administration is returning with the same report. The applicant should pay fair market value unless council wants to subsidize this commercial business. This business would be competing against similar businesses in the area who have invested significantly in their operations and who pay property taxes. Further, the city currently leases land to a number of businesses that pay market rate rent, including a used car lot located within a few blocks of this location. City administration first received the inquiry to lease city-owned property at the location in September of 2023. Administration conducted a comparative property evaluation to determine fair market value and proposed a market rate lease to the applicant. The applicant accepted the terms of the lease and signed an LOU on October 25th, 2024. And so I just wanted to be really clear about that, because I feel like the first time administration showed up, we weren't clear on, there wasn't already an LOU signed at that rate. Negotiations had happened, and as administration, we believe it should be fair market value. I think the second point as city manager that I do want to acknowledge, after we appeared the first time, I did ask for a timeline to understand, how long the entire process had taken, and I will accept responsibility for it taking too long. I mean, it started September 12th, and we're sitting here today, and I think that is an absolutely valid critique of administration. And so we will be working towards articulating what our timeline promise is to businesses, keeping in mind there's back and forth, like there was some delays on both sides, but I think that this is an opportunity for administration to look at the start to finish process and try and tighten timelines. With that, I will pass it on.
Thank you. We'll open it up, so we'll assume Councillor Stadenchuk wishes to move the motion.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Through the chair, just one question about the 90-day termination clause. Is that typical in other leases that we have? It was indicated that it's maybe not in private lease arrangements, but is this what we have in all of our city leased land arrangements.
Ms. Bisdell, go ahead, please.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, yes, in situations where this is not surplus land, this is lands retained for future city use, we always have a 90-day cancellation clause in the lease.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Nelson, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I'd just like some clarification. When you say the fair market value, I'm assuming that you're marking fair market value, comparing these lands to other lands that are exactly the same, that don't have the power, the water, and whichever hookup. Through the chair.
Ms. Bisdell, just, it's about fair market value, how it's assessed.
Sure, sorry. Through you, Deputy Mayor. So we have a couple of situations. We have another lease just down the, well, not down the street, but on Sass Drive in Winnipeg that is similar use. It is a used car sales lot. It does have utilities and it does have a building. That was determined to be market value. It was a publicly advertised property for a lease, and we negotiated that lease rate. We used that and we extrapolated the value, reducing the value of this lot for those things such as a building and utilities. Also, there was, of course it was 10 years ago, but there was a lease for this property for storage of vehicles. That rate was also extrapolated with a 3% interest. So whatever the lease rate was 10 years ago, 3% increase for inflation, which is typical for our leases, and that is also, that was equivalent to what the lease rate is today.
Okay, thank you very much for that clarification. Appreciate it. That's all I have.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, I will ask that we vote on the motion.
Deputy Mayor, the motion passes in a vote of 8-1. Those voting in favor of the motion were Councillors Zakidniak, Hawkins, Mayor Masters, Councillor Stadnichuk, Bresciani, Mancinelli, Findura, and yourself, Deputy Mayor. Voting against was Councillor Nelson, and again, Councillor Moule and Councillor LeBlanc are away from the vote.
Thank you. Next item is EX 24-13, sale of a portion of 350 North Fleet Street to Transgas. I will ask Mr. Lacey to introduce the report, please.
Yes, thank you, through you, Deputy Mayor. So the city is currently working with multiple stakeholders to facilitate the servicing of the northeast industrial lands. And as part of this work, Transgas has indicated they will require additional pipeline to facilitate the energy needs of that area when it's developed. And so that proposed land transaction with Transgas will help facilitate access to their existing infrastructure and new infrastructure. And this infrastructure is vital to the proposed Viterra and FCL developments and any other future industrial customers that will develop on those northeast lands. As the property is being sold without public offering, council approval is required and administration is recommending approval.
Yeah, okay. Perfect, thank you. I'll need a member of committee to advance this. We'll do your concern after. Yeah, we'll come back to that. Can I get, so Councillor Mancinelli, go ahead.
I just moved it to put it on the floor. I think it looks like a necessary movement for Sask Energy and I'm supportive of it.
Well, that was too simple. All right. Seeing no more, oh boy, here we go.
That's right.
So I was joking about that, yes. Questions are always welcome. Councillor Zakidniak.
You saw that, okay. So in relation to, I do have a question. I just want to, I understand the request. What I would like to know is, just trying to get to that part of the report. So this is for the development of the Northeast Industrial Lands, and in relation to, I'm not finding that part of the report. Can you just go over, the Viterra canola crush plant and Federated Cooperatives Limited? So, what I would just like to know is my understanding of, I think, both of those initiatives is that they did pursue, or were planning to pursue, also sourcing some of their energy needs with renewable energy. So I just want to clarify, like, I don't know if anyone has that information. I understand that it may be difficult for them to do all of it, but I just want to know, is that still, do we know if they've still been pursuing those options, and then this is to backfill what they weren't able to accomplish with renewable energy?
Mr. Lacey?
For the question, actually, I know Mr. Jedlick's on the line, and he's been our main contact with those organizations, so if Mr. Jedlick could join the conversation, that would be appreciated.
Great.
Through the chair, I can't necessarily speak to specifics, but I do know that they are continuing to investigate different options. And, I don't necessarily want to miscommunicate what they may or may not be working on, but I do know that they are looking at other options. This connection that's being proposed is part of the overall utility corridors required to bring services to all those lands. Right now, the bulk of the city lands up there have no water, wastewater, power, or gas running to them. And so this connection is essentially to bring natural gas supply up into that area.
Okay. Okay, that's fine. That'll be sufficient for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions from committee? Seeing none, we'll vote on EX 24-13, please.
Deputy Mayor, the motion passes in a vote of 9-0.
Thank you. Councillor Nelson, I believe you had a point to raise here regarding the previous vote. Go ahead, please.
Yes, the previous vote, I was mistaken when I pushed no. I felt the motion was different than what I was expecting. I was confused, and I'd like to change my vote on that. Thank you.
She requires the unanimous consent of council.
Yeah. So, Councillor Nelson wants to reconsider her vote. I need unanimous consent to allow the councillor to change her vote on the lease of 1483 6th Avenue. As you know, she voted no. She wants to vote yes. I need unanimous support. We'll have a vote on that.
Do I vote?
Yeah, everybody gets to vote as I understand it. So we'll have a vote on whether to vote. Let's do it verbally. Seems like the easiest. Okay, is there anybody opposed to allowing Councillor Nelson to reconsider her vote on the previous item? All right. All right, so just for the record, now the vote on EX 24-12, lease of 1483 6th Avenue, is unanimously in support. Thank you. Next item is EX 24-14, boundary alteration 2024 property tax exemptions. We have a delegate with us today, Bob Linner. Bob, I would ask that you go down to the podium, and as you know, state your name for the record, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My name is Bob Linner. I'm here today representing the primary landowners in southeast Regina abutting the bypass who are subject of the annexation in 2013 and the tax mitigation. This is AGT Food and Ingredients, Alliance Pulse, and Long Lake Investments. The owners have asked me to come here today and express to you and reinforce the recommendation and the report before you that they're fully supportive and appreciate this continued consideration of the undertaking made in 2013. The report before you, Mr. Chairman, by your administration is very thorough, very fair, and lays out the background. The background essentially was that when the land was annexed in 2013, City Council made an undertaking with the owners to support the annexation on the basis that there would be a 15-year tax mitigation on the land where it would be apply the rural municipality rates and mill rate increases by the city until such time as the land was developed. We quite recognize City Council's legislative authority only allows 5-year exemption periods. The first 2 5-year periods were all approved by City Council, and you're now considering the third. I think the most important comment I'd like to make, Mr. Chairman, is that this land was to be subject to mitigation until developed. Since that time, 70 acres of the land that was subject to the mitigation has been developed. 35 acres of the Juka Creek Business Park subject to a servicing agreement, and the 35-acre intermodal site have both been developed. Those now pay full taxes at about $250,000 a year, and the incentive that was provided through this mitigation is proving to be very beneficial. It's provided a period where the additional financial hardship was not imposed on the owners, and they're able to consider their investment opportunities and bring this land into full development in the city. The balance of the land, Mr. Chairman, is now being considered by the owners with your administration for continued development. The continuation of the exemption for the final 5-year periods will provide that continued good faith support and mutual respect between the two parties, and we hope to move forward with the additional development in the next 5 years and recognizing fully that at the end of the third 5-year period, the mitigation will end. The owners, Mr. Chairman, has asked me to come before you and express their appreciation for the support of this, for the continued good faith between both parties, and it's shown a very good piece of cooperation between developers, landowners, and the city towards developing land and bringing it within the full investment opportunity of the city and taxes paid. And they appreciate you giving us the time, and I would answer any other questions or provide any additional information you have, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We have one question so far. Councillor Zakiniak, go ahead, please.
Thank you. My first question is, I missed the list of owners that you're representing. I've heard AGT, Long Lake Investments, and there was another one.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Chairman. Alliance Pulse Producers, they are one of these related companies to AGT. They own some of the land north of the AGT plant. They're a related company.
Okay, thank you. And is that, those are the owners that you're representing today? Is that all of the owners impacted by this, or are there, and I don't know if you know, other owners that you're not representing who are also impacted by this decision?
I only represent those 3 owners. There are considerable other owners. I believe there's a schedule, a table attached to your report that lists all of those owners. I only represent those 3, but they are the major landowners abutting the bypass on. They own, for example, 140 acres of residential, future residential land abutting Anaquat and the bypass, and another 100 acres abutting the service road on the east side of the bypass. They're the major landowners, but they're not the only ones, no.
Thank you. Now, when I look at the report, on page 2, it's talking about the issue. And so what it says on the top of page 2, it says communication to affected parties indicated that tax mitigation would be initially provided for 5 years, and that mitigation may be extended to 10 years and then 15 years. So that word "may" is throwing me off a bit, just in terms of what I heard from you is that folks were told that it would be, that tax mitigation would be provided for 15 years, or led to believe that. And when I read the report, it sounds like after 5 years, it was sort of at the discretion, like, we'll see, of council. So can you clarify that, please?
Mr. Chairman, I think the explanation of that is that there was a 15-year undertaking subject to the statutory limitations of City Council. City Council could only provide 5 years, bylaws for 5 years at a time. So the understanding was it was always at Council's discretion, but certainly the owners, having been annexed understood and expected the council would fulfill that 15-year commitment. The word may is in there, I believe, and your administration could comment better than I could, because there was no assurance the council will ever pass that bylaw, although there was certainly an undertaking and a good faith expectation they would.
And as you just mentioned that after, if this goes through, after the 15 years, so 2028, there would be no further expectations from, these owners are not expecting additional tax mitigation. Is that accurate?
That's a correct statement, Mr. Chairman, yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Any further questions for the delegate? I see none. Thank you very much. You may return to the gallery.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
What's that? We haven't started yet. No. Thank you for keeping me honest. So we have EX 2414, boundary alteration. I'll pass it over to Mr. Lacey to introduce this annual report. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. So through you, Deputy Mayor. So as the delegates indicated, this relates to the municipal boundary alteration that occurred in 2013, where a number of lands were brought into the city from the rural municipality. And as part of that, the City Council of the day approved tax mitigation tools for those properties that were affected by that move into city boundaries. And when we talk about tax mitigation tools, we're essentially talking about tax exemptions, or partial tax exemptions for these lands. And at that time, there was a commitment to provide 5-year initial exemption period with 2 additional 5-year exemption periods following. And so this would be the third of the additional, second of the additional 2 exemption periods. And Mr. Leonard is correct. The reason we use the may language in there is council can't bind, can only commit to 5-year periods under the legislation. And so it was left to future councils to honor that commitment moving forward for the second year and, the second 5-year term and the third 5-year term. So this is basically asking council approval to basically approve that third 5-year term as was discussed back in 2013 with the property owners at that time.
Great, thank you. Any questions or comments from committee? Councillor Zakidniak, go ahead, please.
So I guess since I'm looking at it right now, as noted, Appendix A does list all of the properties. The folks that the delegation was speaking of, can anyone give me a sense of what percentage of the property owners impacted by this decision that would be?
Oh, and you're okay moving it, Councillor Zakidniak?
I don't know. You should get someone else to move it.
Okay, Councillor Hawkins. All right, who would like to take that?
If you don't know, it's fine, or if you have a ballpark, that's fine too.
Deputy Mayor, on that appendix, there's a Part B, the Southeast Mitigation Area, and I believe most of those properties relate to the delegate that was here before us, which is a significant portion of the overall total area that we're seeking exemption from you.
So a significant proportion of those folks are the AGT Long Lake Investments and Alliance Pulse Producers, and then there's some individuals not captured in those categories.
That's correct.
Yeah.
And I just want to be clear, these are undeveloped lands, so
Right.
if any of these lands are developed during the 5-year period, then they become fully taxable.
Understood. Now, what I also want to understand is, so, option 2 is if that do not approve the tax mitigation, and it's noted that that would not be consistent with past council commitments and approvals related to the 2014 boundary alteration. So just for my understanding, I understand that the 5 years was part of what was initially voted on, and then the may language is because there was no certainty. But in terms of past council commitments, is it specific to the 2014, or is it that every time there's a boundary alteration in the past, council has done this 15-year mitigation and sort of led folks to understand that that would likely occur, and then it has occurred, and that's the precedent that's been set?
So through you, Deputy Chair, so I think each boundary alteration is a little different. I think this was a very large one that occurred, and as part of that, I think there was recognition that these lands are long-term growth lands, and so likely would not be in production for many years during that 15-year period. And as a result, I think there was a desire by council of the day to ensure that these landowners were treated fairly from a financial perspective in keeping what their property tax is they were paying when they were in the RM, you know, reasonably similar to what they would be paying in the city over that time period. I come back to the May piece is because the council of the day legislatively could not bind future councils past the 5 years. What they were able to do is provide assurance to those landowners that they, you know, had a commitment, a strong commitment, and hope that future councils would honor that commitment, recognizing that as part of those negotiations to bring those lands into the city, and that just did not include obviously negotiations, it included negotiations with the RM of the day, but there needed to be consideration of the landowners being impacted by that boundary alteration. It wasn't around then, but it's my understanding of why that commitment was made. And it was trying to strike the right balance, I understand, between recognizing the impact that boundary alteration would have on those landowners, knowing their long-term growth lands and likely development wouldn't occur on them for many years. But at the same token, protecting the city long-term as well. With respect to after that 15-year period, they would be fully taxable under city rates. And secondly, if any development actually did occur, that development then would be taxable at full city rates.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Councillor Stadnicek, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Through the chair, I just wanted to ask a question about the levels of tax mitigation, because it varies quite significantly on the list of properties. And there is a statement on page 5 that says that the levels of tax mitigation applied to the property reflect the levels of services that the property receives. So I just wanted to, I've made some assumptions about what that means, but could you clarify what that does mean? I assume it means whether or not they have road service, water, sewer service. Could you just kind of explain what level of service that is referring to?
So, I mean, just very quickly, at the time, there were a number of properties that were part of that initial annexation. And on that table that you just, I think you're referring to on page 4, the first two categories, they're fully taxable and have been fully taxable since 2018 and 2019. And that is in part because of the discussions that occurred at that point in time, and those areas were much more developable, not long-term growth. So they're fully developable. They're no longer part of this. This is just provided as historical context. I might ask Ms. Hutch to speak to a little bit about these lands from a servicing perspective.
And I will say that I was referring to Appendix A that...
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, because it's showing, you know, from 91% to 83 to 14% exempt.
Oh, sorry. So I'm going to ask Ms. Hutch to confirm this. My understanding is that the reason you see varying percentages here is at the time that annexation occurred, this was trying to get the property taxes close to what they were actually paying at the time that they were in the RM. And so depending on what they're being taxed at, the actual exemption rate varied. Is that correct, Ms. Hutch?
Yes, through the chair. That is absolutely correct. Those percentages were based on a ratio of the RM tax rate versus the City of Regina's rates, and it was then assigned consistently ongoing based on that percentage.
Okay, so just to clarify through the chair, it's not based on what service level we as a city provide?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from committee? Seeing none, let's vote. We'll squeeze in. Yeah.
Deputy Mayor, the motion passes in a vote of 9-0.
Great. Thank you. Our next item is EX 24-15 Mobile Vending Program Updates. We have a delicious lineup of delegates representing food trucks and smoked meats. One delegate, Roberto Flores, has withdrawn their submission. I'll go to the next individual in line here, Tim Phillip with Regina Food Truck and Catering. I assume these folks brought us lunch. If you wish, take a seat, introduce yourself, 5 minutes.
Thanks for having me. My name is Tim Phillip. I'm with Regina Food Truck and Catering. I have the food trucks Nacho Fiesta and the Frying Deutschman. It's been about a year and a half, almost 2 years of discussion with city councilors and city administration on this. These percentage changes. They look great. From what I've spoken to with the other food truck operators, we're all in favor, and we very much appreciate everything that's been done with us and the collaboration.
Thank you. We have one question so far. Councillor Zakidniak, go ahead, please.
Can I call you Tim? Or
Sure, yes.
As opposed to Mr. Phillip. Can you just, I think, I'd like you to go over a bit the process that got us here today where, you know, these changes are being recommended and the vendors are feeling supportive of them. So I think it's a good example of how we can do policy changes in a way that we're engaging with the community. So if you can just go over that a bit, because I think it's a great example.
I think it started off with a casual conversation between yourself, myself, and Roberto Flores about what was going on with the food truck industry and how things were going, what we thought of the at that time regime of rules for us. And we came back with like the fees were really high and food trucks weren't really feeling supported in coming downtown, and we had basically found other venues to vend other than the downtown and at city properties. After that, there was a couple more conversations, and then it came to the larger meeting we had in 22, I think it was, no, spring last year. And we had a good conversation, but found that it was just too close to this time of bylaw review and everything, so it would be moved into the fall to have a meeting. We had the meeting again, discussed all of the issues. I was able to provide some insight as to what other cities are doing, because I vend in 2 provinces and 4 cities now. And so, yeah, the recommendations came out, they went to administration, and then I saw the report just recently, and it looks great. It's very supportive of the food truck industry in general, and I really think it will bring a lot more food trucks, particularly downtown and onto other city properties.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stadnicek, go ahead.
Thank you, and through the chair, thanks for coming. I just wanted to ask you about your business. Did you maintain your food truck at the Pat Fiacco Plaza?
When I started my food trucks, like I had Nacho Fiesta, and it was on the Pat Fiacco Plaza 2015, 2016, 2017, and I can't remember if I did 2018 there or not. Basically, when the city fees went from $1,200 to $1,600 without any collaboration or consultation with the food truck community, that's when I decided not to vend downtown and found other avenues to vend at.
And I'm trying to understand the, because we see that in the charts in the report how so few vending licenses were being issued by the city, and it sounds like it is primarily because of that cost of the fee, correct?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Do that. I do know that a lot of the mobile truck food vendors were starting to just use private property, like the parking lot or something.
Correct.
what were your costs when you set up on private property?
Generally, when we set up on private property is by either invitation or arrangement with the property owner, and often there are no costs. There is the wholesale club that asks us to make a donation to the Loblaws Children's Foundation, and that is the only one that we have that has a cost for us.
Okay. And through the chair, so with the revised fees, now that they're a little bit more reasonable, it still is more than what you would be paying in the wholesale club parking lot, but do you still find that's quite viable for your business, and does it mean that you'd probably be downtown more often?
I will definitely be signing up for a city license this year and bringing my food trucks downtown.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. No more questions. Thank you very much. You may return to the gallery. Okay, EX 24-15, mobile vending program updates. I'll pass it over to Mr. Doney. Go ahead, please. Oh, wait.
This one.
Almost. Sorry, not yet. Someone else is coming in before lunch here. They got 10 seconds. That's it. Nine, 8, 7. Right. You know they're joining, or? Can we move over to Mr. Doney first? I'm gonna go to Mr. Doney, and then if they want to join, then we'll do that before the motion. Mr. Doney, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'll do an introduction, but I'm very thankful for the delegation coming forward because that's the best introduction we've seen in a long time. But the City of Regina has numerous mobile vendors that currently activate the Pat Fiacco Plaza in summer months during community events. However, currently the mobile vending program requires that users hold a temporary street use permit when vending on any public road unless they are vending as part of an event. As a result, the program has seen very limited activation in the last few years despite the interest of the vendors. Administration has engaged, as you heard, with the mobile vending community to hear their concerns with the current state of the program, along with their vision of a successful program in the future. The current program is set up to be competitively priced with other municipalities such as Saskatoon based on full-time, large-scale model, but the current program is not flexible for smaller operations to be successful in our city. So the proposed program before you is summarized into 3 categories: expand the approved vending locations, expand the operating hours and duration, and provide a new fee structure with reduced cost options. As you know, Regina has a short summer season where our residents and visitors can enjoy the services provided by mobile vendors. So there is some urgency to consider this report and to approve it if desired so that 2024 can be maximized and mobile vendors can provide service. With us today, I have a team with us: Chris Warren, Director of Roadways and Transportation, Carolyn Kaleem, the Manager of Traffic Engineering, and Derek Scott, the Acting Senior Engineer for Traffic Engineering, and we can answer any questions you may have.
Perfect, thank you. Before we get into the report and a mover, I believe our next delegate has joined us and is in the waiting room. Is this Robin Reinhardt? Perfect. Robin, if you could, just state your name for the record and you'll have 5 minutes.
Hi there.
We can hear you. Go ahead, please.
My name is Rob Reinhardt. I'm the owner of Prairie Smoke and Spice Barbecue in Regina.
Okay, yeah, go ahead, please.
Okay, I'm live in session now?
You bet, yeah, we can hear you.
All right, thanks everyone. As I said, my name's Rob Reinhardt. I've owned Prairie Smoke and Spice Barbecue in Regina for a little over 15 years. I do operate a food truck and have so since 2012, which was the pilot year of the City of Regina food truck program. We do have an active catering business here as well. I don't have a major presentation today. I do want to speak in favor of the amendment being proposed today. I have the unique perspective of being involved in 2012 when this was a pilot project, and I remember several years of very dynamic food truck activation in Patriaco Plaza. Since then, I guess since 2017, things have declined fairly substantially. The number of permits issued every year has gone down dramatically since that time. I'd love to see that space kind of return to the activity that was there before. Additionally, we have some opportunity with these amendments to make it a little easier for us to operate on city streets. So I'm here for questions if anybody has any. Otherwise, that's my statement.
Great. Thanks a lot, Robin. Are there any questions from committee for the delegation? We don't have any questions for you, Rob, but I would encourage you to continue watching or listening, and we're going to move into the report. Thank you very much.
I will do that. Thank you.
Thanks. Not sure I was staring at the screen. There was nothing up there. Okay. Administration has presented the opening findings. I will consider Councillor Zakidniak as the mover of this, and you have a question.
Yeah, so as noted by the delegations, they're supportive of this because they were engaged in the process. And so I think this is a great example of making policy changes in consultation with those who are impacted and finding a solution that everyone feels supportive of. I just wanted to ask about the timeline because it took a while, and it does take us a while at any governmental level to make policy changes. Is it possible, though, for future, like it was noted that last year there was the possibility of making these changes then. We weren't able to, staff weren't able to bring them forward in time. Were there any lessons learned in terms of is there a way to speed this up, or just due to the nature of a large organization, it's just a timely process? Just curious on those reflections through the chair.
Mr. Doney.
Yeah, through the chair, I'll ask, I'll give you some of my background, and then I'll ask Ms. Kaleem just to add a bit more detail. But in general, engagement is important and obviously it takes time. What I would say going forward is that if approved by exec and city council, is that we can come forward in the future with any tweaks and changes that we see based on the program changes. But I don't see it taking years to make any changes going forward. But I'll ask Ms. Kaleem just to provide a bit of context and background on how we got to here.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair. I think what I would say to that is it's really going to depend on the time of year that concerns come forward and whether we're able to respond. So when the original concerns came forward in the spring, it was right up in front of actually us issuing permits. And we find about a 2-month lag just in getting a report on the agenda for executive to consider. So I think if the concerns come in right at the tail of the vending season, then we'd be well prepared to bring something much quicker. And I think the one thing in this particular case, we actually did quite a holistic review of the entire program that hadn't really been done since the pilot was established. Going forward, what we're anticipating if this works is it's going to be more iterative housekeeping amendments or changes. And in particular, what we'll be tracking the most is just to see what that activation in the downtown looks like, and if there's too many, people competing for the same spots, rethinking some of those costs. But right now, we're just trying to really get up from zero to some sort of activation. And so we think we can do that at the end of the year. So I think it's just about the timing, and through the engagement that we've had, we've been able to establish those relationships, so I think that'll be an easier process going forward.
Great. Okay, and I do want to thank staff for, I was part of this process. I saw how responsive staff was to the concerns brought by the food truck owners, and so I think everyone, that it was a great result that seems like folks are very supportive of, so I appreciate that, and just want to applaud you for the work that you did. Thank you.
Councillor Stathnichuk.
Just a question through the chair. I wanted to get clarification under improvement number 2, which is on page 5, where it makes a statement that you recommend increasing the permitted hours of operation on residential streets up from a minimum of 20 minutes to a maximum of 180 minutes. provided the vending occurs a maximum of once a month in a particular location. Can you clarify what that means through the chair?
Through the chair, I'll start and ask Ms. Kleem to give more details. So the intent, I believe, and Ms. Kleem can verify, is that we've had requests where neighborhoods want a vending truck to come there for a day, basically, to support their community. And so this is what we're trying to do, is that you can come there, support that event, but you're not coming every day. You're coming once a month for a period of time. So I'll ask Ms. Kleem just to give more detail on that.
Through the chair, that is accurate. I would just note that I did notice a typo in the report there that may have been adding to the confusion. So it should read up from a maximum of 20 minutes to a maximum of 180 minutes. So it's really just changing that threshold. That was done to accommodate the realistic time of the setup, staging, vending, and then cleaning out the location.
Okay, I understand that, thanks. And just a last question through the chair is the Regina Downtown Business Improvement, I always forget what it is. District. There's been no opposition from them to having the mobile trucks downtown, are there?
Through the chair, I'll ask Ms. Kleem if we've had that conversation.
So through the chair, we have not heard any opposition directly. We do know there are competing interests in the downtown for businesses in general, but we haven't heard any direct opposition to the existence of mobile food vending or food trucks.
Great. Okay, thank you.
Wonderful. All right, I think we're ready to democracy this thing. Can we get the vote up?
Jason, we're voting. Chatting away in the corner.
This gavel has dust on it. It's ready to come out.
Deputy Mayor, the motion passes 9-0 with all members voting in favor.
Terrific. We're at lunch. If folks were not hungry enough and wanted to continue, we have a couple more delegations, but I see that folks are ready to break. Okay. We will conclude the final item after we return from the scheduled break.
Good afternoon. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Thank you very much. I've had to sub in for Councillor Stevens, who's called away. We're in the public agenda, 2416, the shared electric kick bicycles. We have delegations, I gather. But they're online, right?
They're virtual.
Well, they're virtual. So our first virtual delegation, Austin Spaderman, Bird Canada. But in lieu of him, we'll have Isaac Ransom. Isaac, can you hear me?
And ask Sergeant Gordon to shut her camera down.
Can you hear me?
I can. Hello?
Mr. Spademan, good. Thank you very much for appearing before us. You have 5 minutes?
This is Isaac Ransom.
There we go. We have 5 minutes, and there may be questions for you when your presentation is finished. You may go ahead. Mr. Ransom, still there?
I am here, yes.
Good.
Hello?
You have 5 minutes. Please go ahead. State who you represent.
Good afternoon. My name is Isaac Ransom. I'm head of corporate affairs for Neuromobility Canada. Pleasure to be here today to speak to you regarding the shared e-scooter program, which commenced last year and will hopefully be hitting the streets again in the coming weeks. I did not submit a separate presentation as there's one outlined in the attachments already for today's council meeting. So if you go to the last appendix of your packet, you will find an item from Neuron regarding our operations in 2023. And I did want to highlight some of the findings from our research today in regards to the feedback that our riders provided us, separate from the city's research on the shared e-scooter program that I thought may be of interest in particular. So last year, Neuron did complete the majority of rides in the city, doing over 165,000 kilometers of rides, with an average ride of about 3 kilometers. What this meant for the city was a significant economic impact. We saw that over 10% of trips would not have occurred if our e-scooters were not available, which means that riders were using Neuron service to, potentially expand their reach in the city to visit places to shop and or to find employment, study, and those sorts of things. We also saw that about half of all trips resulted in a direct purchase, which led to about a $4.2 million local economic impact in the short time that we operated last year in the city. And we saw that nearly 55% of these trips were replacing a car trip. We do know from our riders as well that they were telling us that a lot were shopping, about 1 in 5 of these trips, and an additional 21% were visiting restaurants, bars, and cafes. So from that perspective, we were really happy to see these numbers in terms of how people were using these scooters and the use case they were creating in the city. We also undertook a number of safety initiatives to help communicate the local riding rules. In Saskatchewan, the rules are different from other provinces in terms of helmet compliance. So we were out on the streets giving away helmets this year, holding Scoot Safe events, and ensuring our safety ambassadors were visible in the city. That's in addition to our in-app safety education and our Talking e-scooter, which helps educate riders when they start their trips and reminding them to wear a helmet and other local road rules. In addition to this, we also saw that riders were telling us that they were using our e-scooters to travel to and from school. That was about a quarter of all trips. There were a lot of people who were using them for recreational purposes. Obviously, Wascana was a very popular area for riders in 2023. And we saw about 1 in 10 trips were connecting people to public transit. Generally, we know that people were also combining Neuron with other forms of transportation, such as walking, and then going on to a Neuron scooter. And we do know that there are some comments back from riders in terms of some additional soft infrastructure and reduction in the noise emissions from the e-scooter as being things they would like to see in the coming season. From that, I will conclude there, as I know there may be some questions and we're coming up against time, and happy to answer any other questions from members of council in terms of what's in the appendices for this agenda item as well for Neuron. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ransom. Do any members of the committee have questions for the delegation? Just, if you can bear with me for just 1 minute.
Councillor Stanachuk.
I'll turn on the machine. Councillor Stanachuk.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair. Just one question I have for you is, I think one of the most common complaints that I heard was that people thought that the e-scooter had been either abandoned or not parked properly, just kind of left in either in the middle of a sidewalk or off the side. What do you do when you receive complaints like that? How do you manage your fleet?
Through you, Chair. Thank you for the question, Councillor. It's a bit of a complex question to answer, but I will do my best, so bear with me. We do rebalance our scooters, which means that when we do have instances of where e-scooters appear to be abandoned, we have a team that is out rebalancing, which means that they are taking e-scooters back to more appropriate parking areas or moving them from areas where they may be obstructing the line path in a sidewalk, for example. Oftentimes when we receive complaints from residents, or in some instances councillors will contact me directly, and hopefully we address those concerns quickly. It's a moment in time where they see a scooter that may appear abandoned, but it's in the free-floating area of the city, which means that it's not required to be a designated parking area. And so when it's that kind of moment in time and people aren't used to seeing them, maybe on the side of a sidewalk or on a boulevard, they may think that it's abandoned, but it's just waiting for the next person to come in and take it for the next trip. That being said, there are valid instances where an e-scooter may be abandoned, where it's been tipped over, or the battery has run out and it's not in the correct area. In that instance, we do get notifications, and we do adhere to being there as quickly as possible to address that. We have technology in our e-scooter that can detect when it's tipped over, and so that goes into the back system, and we're able to attend to that scooter as quickly as we can, when the patrollers are out doing that work. So we do take a great effort to do that. We always know that there are more efficient ways as we get to know the city better to attend to those service needs, and we'll be really looking to work on that in 2024. But as you can see in our data in the attached appendices, we have done the majority of the rides, and so demand for our e-scooters in particular is quite high, and so we're adjusting to continue to scale to meet that demand and ensure that riders have access to our e-scooters all over the city, whether it's day or night, to ensure that it's part of their transportation option.
Okay, thank you. And it's not that I received a lot of complaints, but I did receive some on that, so it's nice to know how you deal with it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see no further questions. Oh, one more. Councillor Findura.
No, not blinking, no. Thank you, Chair. Question is about, in the survey, it spoke to education. And it asked the question, I have seen education information regarding the use of e-scooters in Regina, and it says here, agree, disagree. So I see about 490 disagree that they've seen education on them, and about 435 seen they so it's probably split half and half about, there is education out there on the e-scooters, on the riding, and the helmets, and all the other stuff. How would you clarify that, or how would you read that if it's a 50-50 on the education piece?
Yeah, so when we, thank you, through you, Chair, thank you, Councillor, for the question. So for the education piece, I think there are a couple of a couple of things that, in the survey that we're looking at where it's non-riders and riders. Certainly those that are not riding, potentially they may not have been exposed to the in-app education, which every rider would be exposed to on a Neuron e-scooter. So if you were riding a shared e-scooter, not necessarily a private e-scooter, there is a distinction. They would not be seeing our educational materials. But if you are a Neuron rider, every time you log into the app, you would see educational materials pop up and a reminder of the rules for the City of Regina. That is not an optional feature that happens before every trip to remind riders. They're also reminded of things like the helmet rules and the no sidewalk riding rule, which is in the city. And at the end of their trip, they would be educated on proper parking compliance in restricted parking areas. And so if that is not hitting the mark or if that's not being retained, we will go back, and there is an example in our appendices of one of the safety campaigns we ran last year. We will do more targeted individual campaigns around, we can, and we will based on the feedback here, around being a little bit more selective and more targeted with frequency of certain messages that may not be landing on people's apps when they're riding our e-scooter. Aside from that, each e-scooter does have local riding rules affixed to it on stickers and large decals for specific rules such as no sidewalk riding or remembering to wear a helmet. So those are on the e-scooters as well. And then certainly we have a variety of in-market public relations campaigns that we've been very active with, and I'm sure you've seen as recently as yesterday some of our stuff in the local papers from our media relations. And so we take this very seriously. If it is not reflective amongst our riders that they're receiving educational information or not retaining it, we'll continue to move forward and do more. I would say, we did launch fairly late in the year in Regina to provide them with the information required, specifically those that are not directly using Neuron e-scooters. And so, as I said before, we're always looking to do more, and we'll continue to take that same attitude into 2024 with the start of the program again.
Great. Mr. Chair, thank you very much. Thank you for your answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see no further questions. Thank you, Mr. Ransom, for appearing before the committee. You may leave the meeting. And I would like to call on our second guest delegation. Mr. Spademan, are you online? Mr. Spademan?
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Spademan. We can hear you. You have 5 minutes to address the committee, following which there may be questions from the committee for you. Could you formally identify yourself and whom you represent?
Yes, I'm Austin Spademan, Head of Government Partnerships for Bird Canada.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Perfect. So, I don't want to repeat information to the group here, but I think when I look at micromobility, I look at what are we trying to accomplish in terms of the strategic imperatives for the cities in which we operate. And, a big part of that is, of course, replacing trips that could have otherwise been taken in independently owned and occupied vehicle, gas-powered vehicle. And so when I look at the data for Regina for the season, what I see here is an average distance on Bird scooters of 3.4 kilometers. And you got to remember that's an average. So, of course, there are people that are going to take it short distances, but what we also have is, of course, a huge number of people taking trips over 5 kilometers. And, of course, a lot of those times there might have not been other options other than a car on that level of distance of trip. So when I think of the mission that we're trying to accomplish, I think there's a strong use case for micromobility within Regina as a sort of transportation alternative and getting people out of the cars and engaging in more active forms of transportation, like taking an electric scooter and walking. On top of that, what I also think was interesting in terms of perceptions that I heard about the program is that they weren't really for residents, they were more for tourists. And of course, when I look at the data at the end of the season, I see a very different story. For Bird Canada, over 65% of our users were repeat users, meaning that they've used the device more than just once. On top of that, however, when we actually look at billing kind of information, which has a postal codes attached to it, we see that over 85% of riders that had signed up with our service were local to Regina. They were, residents of Regina. And I think that's a super impressive and important statistic when we think about, a program and who's actually utilizing it. In the case of Regina, it's 85% around local users. And then another interesting piece of information that we have that will be kind of attached as a supplement after the meeting today is a visualization of point A to point B journeys within Regina. And what you can see is across our operating area where the electric scooters were permitted, a huge amount of people that will literally ride from one end of the city to the other to accomplish a shopping trip or run errands and then come home. And really, when we look at that story, I think it's super clear to me that you have a program here that is having massive positive impacts on the city and I think has been successful in every definition of the word. So, I want to keep it short. With that, I'd like to kind of open it up to questions for Bird Canada.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speedman. Are there any questions for the delegation from committee members? Seeing none, you've been very helpful, Mr. Speedman. You may leave the meeting. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
We'll now consider item EX 2416, Shared Electric Kick Scooter Program. Can I have Ms. Anderson introduce the report, please?
Through the chair, I'll keep the opening short. The delegation did an excellent job of providing the details, so I would just like to thank council for being open to this as a pilot, as well as administration for the excellent job that they did implementing. And with that, I'll just answer any questions that you have.
Thank you very much, Ms. Anderson. Are there any questions for Ms. Anderson? And I'm also looking for someone to move the report. Thank you very much. Mayor, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. Through the chair. There are, even in the survey results, there have been some questions about safety. And I see we have Sergeant Shannon Gordon online. Did we record record, and I apologize if I've missed it, in terms of, I know both companies have reported safety incidents and whatnot, but do we have a kind of a bigger sense of it as it relates to customer complaints where there weren't kind of charges or warnings laid? Have we Service Regina request type of idea?
No, I think it's for the administration. Mayor, questions for the administration. That's correct, isn't it?
Yeah.
Who in the administration would like to take this?
I'm looking for, not necessarily where charges have been laid, although, but in terms of service requests coming in from complaints specific to safety. I'm with Councillor Stadnichuk. I heard from some folks about abandoned scooters, which weren't actually abandoned. They were parked waiting for the next rider. But the safety concerns that some residents have raised, clearly we can see in the report that there's a good work to come in terms of visually impaired with CNIB, so that's great. But did we get a general sense, and maybe Sergeant Gordon, you can answer this question, in terms of volume of work that the pilot project for e-scooters was for the Regina Police Service?
Perhaps, if it's agreeable with the administration, I'll go to Sergeant Gordon for the answer to that question.
Thank you to the chair. Thank you, Mayor, for your question. Yes, last year we pretty much concentrated on education and not a lot of enforcement as far as actually writing enforcement tickets. It was mostly just speaking with riders and educating on what the rules are. And so we have received some complaints as far as reckless driving on some of the pathways in the parks, riding on the sidewalks, abandoned scooters. And so hopefully, what the rest of the group here is going to discuss is going to help address some of those. And then moving forward this year, we'll be more concentrated on actual enforcement rather than education.
Okay, thank you. And again, I apologize if I've missed it, administration, but in terms of service requesting as it relates to safety concerns on pathways, did we track any of that?
Through the chair, we'll pass it over to you. Okay, to Mr. Doney.
Mr. Doney, go ahead, please.
Through the chair, I'll give you an overview of the service requests and in particular ones that may be related to safety. So we've received 79 service requests last year from June 28th to October 31st. And of those 79, 6 were related to user behavior. We're going to assume that is reporting erratic behavior, which could be related to safety.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's pretty good. Can you describe a little bit about, because there is some recommendations within the report about working more closely with RPS, with CNIB, and some other work coming as it relates to addressing, and we heard from the Neuron and from Bird, both they're educational, but are we going to gear up this year as it relates to finding, because there's controls on the company-operated one as it relates to the speeds they can achieve, but the speeds of other scooters are, I hear tell, quite excessive sometimes.
Through the chair. So yes, there are items that we're going to be looking at in 2024, and I'll just ask Ms. Kleem to give an overview of those items, and in particular, how we're working with Regina Police to encourage or to improve enforcement.
Thank you, through the chair. So in 2024, we're looking to engage with RPS on a more proactive enforcement regime for some of the behaviors, and moving a little away from the education-only approach to enforcement, although still employing education where appropriate. In the report itself, we have some new fines that we're bringing in that will allow RPS to ticket under our bylaw rather than relying only on the Traffic Safety Act. And we're increasing the fine specifically for reckless riding, as we see that that's the primary driver or the risk for safety, and leaving the other fines for non-compliance as more just administrative fines to try and get that compliance. When it comes to CNIB, we've got some work right now with them to issue a Braille pamphlet just to have better education for those users who are visually impaired to understand how to contact vendors if they're coming across any issues. As well, one of the complaints that we had was the constant noise emitting sound, which was developed to provide better notice to people who are visually impaired that an e-scooter is approaching, and so we'll be working with them to try and find an optimal volume level that's actually functional, but trying to mitigate some of the annoyance factor for other users.
Okay. Thanks for saying that publicly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Stanichuk.
Okay, thank you, and through the chair. I'm wondering if either the Regina Police Service or administration have any information on whether or not there were more complaints about the rented e-scooters versus the privately owned ones, if there's any data on that at all? Because I assume that with the rented ones that people are still learning how to use them, and there might be more experience with those that already own them. Is there any distinction between those two forms?
The administration? Mr. Doney?
Through the chair, I haven't seen that information, but I'll ask Ms. Kleem if she has seen that anywhere or if that data doesn't exist.
Thank you, through the chair. So our data doesn't have good data on the private use e-scooter. It's harder to track. And so the data that we do have from whether it's hospital admissions or anything like that, it's all aggregated together and it's hard to pull that apart. What we do have is the reports from Neuron and Bird respectively that can speak specifically what's going on with theirs. But when we have complaints without any specificity as to what type of device was at fault, it's difficult to tell. What I would say though is that we do know we have geofencing employed with our rental ones, so it is very difficult for people to be exceeding speed limits on the rental ones. So if it's a specific concern about speed, it's more likely to be a privately owned e-scooter.
Thank you very much. Councillor Stanichuk?
Just one more question, and it's about the ER admissions. I'm just trying to find where it is in the report, but it was as a percentage of total ER. The data was as a percentage of total ER visits. Is there a possibility to, like in the future, maybe look at it in terms of as the number of users of e-scooters? Because I think that might give a better picture of the users, how many of them are going to ER rather than as a percentage of all visits to ER?
Mr. Doney?
Through the chair, I think in future reports there is opportunity to adjust that. I'll ask Ms. Kleem just to provide a bit more detail.
Thank you through the chair. We did some rough calculations too with 74,000 shared e-scooter rides and 34 ED visits. That's 1 in 2,187 rides resulted in an ED visit, which represents 0.05% of rides requiring an ED admission.
Okay. And through the chair, how does that compare to other cities? Because I remember we did look at Calgary, I believe, in the report before this was approved.
Through the chair, Calgary represented 1 in 1,500, so we are a safer outcome.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fingera?
There we go. To you, Chair, to the administration, I asked a question to the businesses that provide the e-scooters about the education, and it was about I'm thinking 50. There's one survey close to 60, maybe something, but there's another survey here that says 63% of the questions that were posed are 62% person disagree or strongly disagree on the education piece with e-scooters. So my question would be, from this survey in blue, was this survey earmarked for or talked to just the general public, or was this just specifically directed to the e-scooter individuals, people that ride them? That's the first question. I'll follow up with that.
Administration, Mr. Doney?
Through the chair, I'll just ask Ms. Kleem to confirm. I believe it was for, oh, sorry, we'll go up to the top. We'll go to Ms. Swenson. She'll confirm.
Hi, through the chair. It was to the general public. 70% of the respondents were non-riders and 30% were riders. And so that's the difference that you see. It's the riders, the first question, question 9, or sorry.
That's the one, yeah.
The first one, about 68%, is for riders, and the other one is for the non-riders. Those two are the difference of the responses.
Okay, so how would I, through you, Mr. Chair, then with the education, as we heard from the sergeant, the RPS talking about this, the last go-around was mainly just education and talking to, and now we're going to be out there actually enforcing it. And from reading this, from the education point of it, if 63% folks that disagree with what they're receiving on the education piece, how can we go forward now actually ticketing and all that if we didn't really do a very good education piece on people understanding what e-scooters are, what they are and all that. Maybe someone can give me a little bit of higher, how can we go now and start ticketing if we still have an issue with how our education is going? Sure.
Through the chair, I'll start and I'll ask Ms. Swenson just to provide a bit more details. And I think what we found was very different responses from riders versus non-riders. And so the riders generally seemed to have the information, but the non-riders maybe not so much. But I'll ask Ms. Swenson just to provide a bit more detail.
Thank you. Through the chair, so that's accurate. We primarily focused on the riders themselves this past year because it was a pilot. But of course you can see that there is a gap in terms of the drivers who were watching the riders on the road. When we did a campaign a couple years ago for cycling, we focused a lot on tackling both riders and drivers, and so that's the plan for this coming year as well, with radio ads and things like that where we reach the drivers.
Okay, so now just to follow up and I'm done, is now the education, that part of education to a general public out there is responsibility of City of Regina. Am I understanding that correctly? That is correct. I'm here. I'm
Yeah,
seeing now.
that's
Yeah.
right.
Okay, and so then we will be, as the scooter business the person's answer was that they will ramp up their education as well. Is the same idea for our city to ramp up our education and information on how to recognize, because they're talking about the two different color scooters, but then private are dark, or is that what my understanding is?
Through the chair, generally yes, and I'll just ask for more details of what that 2024 communication campaign will look like.
Thanks. Through the chair, so last year was the inaugural year. Like I said, it was a pilot, but we're continuing to build on the education component that we started last year. The more the residents see our e-scooters, the more that they become aware. We're also doing a standalone website page, social radio ads, and working with stakeholders. And then the vendors are required to have their education provided directly to the people using the scooters. And we're also doing a collaboration with SGI.
Great. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further questions or discussions from committee members? Mayor, would you like to close off debate? Mr. Clerk, we can vote. Councillor LeBlanc and Councillor Nelson, can we get a voice vote from you?
Thank you. LeBlanc in favor.
Thank you. Councillor Nelson?
Thank you, Councillor Nelson in favor.
Thank you very much.
Deputy Mayor, the vote has been carried in a vote of 9-0 with all members present voting in favor. And for the record, Councillor Stevens has stepped away from the meeting.
Thank you very much. Can I have a resolution from someone to move into a private session? Thank you very much. Councillor Findura. Any opposed? That's carried, and we'll adjourn for 10 minutes until 10 to 2 while the room gets set up.